My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen.
Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
All right, good afternoon to you and yours, and welcome to another wonderful time on radio. I'm talking about African Patriot Radio. Time check is 2 minutes into the hour of 12 o'clock, and today happens to be the 28th of April. That is Tuesday, 28th of April, 2020. All right, so you are on to APR exclusive, or we call it the midday show. And
Talks and all.
Right here is Talks and All. My name is Mr. May 11.
And of course, my name is Yao Bremen. You can call me the Godfather.
And on Talks and all we do is just to dash in and out of different stories that are making headlines and trending, just so you can also, get a clip or a glimpse or have a grip of everything that's happening in the nation and outside the nation, let's say around the world, that's by and large. And remember, for you to be part of this program, all you have to do is drop a comment right under the streaming, or the comment under the streaming right now that you're watching. That is on www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Go ahead and like the page, so automatically you'll be part of the Patriot family or the Patriot community. You get to know everything that's about to happen, when it's happening, and you'll be able to have a playback, a replay to watch in case you missed it. Maybe you were doing something, you'll be able to watch it. You can also follow us on our YouTube, and on YouTube we are African Patriot Radio. Subscribe so you can be part of the people who are in our community right there, and also you can press the bell button, which happens to be the notification. You'll be able to get every notification before we go on air. Now, what we do here, you're about to witness it. First off, let's talk about COVID-19.
Okay, Charlie, as you know now, we're still battling this crazy virus in every part of the world. Our leaders are trying to see what they can do to make sure that they can eradicate this crazy virus completely out of the face of the earth. And then like Africa itself, we're not left out of it. The president of Nigeria came out yesterday to give a speech. And then other countries in Africa too, the leaders are actually trying very much to see what they can do to eradicate this crazy virus out of the world completely, And then you remember sometime yesterday, Madagascar president came up with some herbal concoction that says, you can just take this every day and then I feel all right.
Okay.
By the time, it has not been 100%, how do I put it? It doesn't have that 100% authentication yet, but then I think from what he's been saying so far, he believes that concussion can actually go a long way
to cure people who
are actually been infected by coronavirus.
But what's the reaction from the World Health Organization towards this whole
development? The World Health Organization are actually trying to stop him. Sometime last 2 weeks they came up to debunk the whole stuff the president of Madagascar said. They told him, look, there's no such thing as cure for coronavirus now, so people should just debunk whatever he's trying to say.
Okay.
And just yesterday, the president of the United States of America donated $2.5 million to the Madagascar government to help do more research on this concussion.
But you notice that most of us got messages from the NCDC today morning where they were telling us not to take any mixed concoction or anything of any sort to, fight or as a vaccine for coronavirus, because there was no cure and there is no vaccine out yet.
Okay, it's kind of weird.
Is it just WHO that is kicking against any other thing, or do we see most of the health organizations and agencies around
trying to come out to condemn some of these natural herbs that can actually help to fight this virus? You remember sometime yesterday we did talk about our own natural herbalists, those that go all out to mix different kind of leaves, roots, just to kill some kind of sickness. We did talk about them, what are these guys doing?
Okay,
if they can actually come out.
But have you thought about it that maybe because of the fact of how grave this pandemic is, that nations are feeling the the people who have stuff like this should have sent a sample and maybe send your what do you call that thing now? A combination. Let's say what did they use? What kind of method?
Combination. What kind of method? You
So that they can go clinical testing of this very methods to say, okay, we certify this thing to be used in our country on our citizens.
well, that is another angle we really need to look at it from. And like at the same time. Stuff like this has been working for us Africa for a very, very long time.
For a long time. So
Even before now.
we shouldn't push away our
So
roots.
we shouldn't push away our own route.
Okay, well, let's talk about what the situation is statistically. What is
my
happening
God.
with coronavirus around?
Okay, now let me start all the way from Algeria. Algeria has 3,517 cases, and then also with the highest death toll so far. They have 432 deaths, and then also 1,558 recovered cases in Algeria. As for yesterday, the 27th of April 2020, they had 135 new cases, and then also 7 deaths as of yesterday.
Okay.
As of yesterday.
As of yesterday.
As of yesterday. So you can see like it's really, really going up high in Algeria. Then also in South Africa, they have 4,793 cases, and then the death toll over there is 90. Recovered cases 1,473 as well in South Africa. And then just yesterday, they had 247 new cases, and then 3 deaths, like 3 new deaths coming out of South Africa yesterday. And then Egypt has 4,782 cases, death 337 death so far, and then the recovered cases is 1,236. And then as of yesterday, they got 248 new cases, and then the death toll of yesterday was 20 people. 20 people. And then in Morocco, where they have 4,120 cases, the death toll over there is 162, and then the recovered case there is 695.
Wow.
And then as of yesterday, they have 55 new cases, and then 1 death so far. And then in Nigeria, where we have 1,337 cases so far, and then 40 deaths, and 255 recovered cases. And then the new case they had yesterday was 64, no death so far. And it was quite funny yesterday when I got to find out that when the list came out for Nigeria, I was going through the states that has new cases and everything. I didn't get to see Kano on the list, and I was beginning to ask myself, what is happening?
Well, I'm sure you heard the president's speech yesterday where he addressed the case of Kanu. He said there was another disease that was causing the death that they've been recording there.
Not just coronavirus.
Not coronavirus. But recently there were some medical people in Kanu that came up with a report saying it was the heat environment. And that environment is quite hot. And apart from that, I think back in the days when they had this heat, they had ways they curtailed it or treated it at the hospitals. But they said most of the hospital facilities have been shut down. So it made it hard for most of these people to access hospitals. And it just, how many people were now staying at home for the fear of coronavirus. It was said that most of the people who would have been in a better position to handle and take care of those or have tests carried out on coronavirus assumed patients were already infected. Most of them tested positive. And there's a weird one I'm hearing where they said a whole lot of doctors just vanished from work.
We'll get back to that story later. Let me just continue with the statistics of the coronavirus cases. Okay, now in Ghana, it was quite in Ghana, it's quite interesting. They have 1,550 cases, 11 deaths, and then 155 recovered. That this was at this came up as that was on the 26th of April. So that is to say, yesterday they had no any cases coming out of Ghana.
2 days back was when they recorded the last.
That was the last time they recorded something in Ghana. So
most people are trying to look at what will happen in Ghana after the relaxing of the lockdown. Most people want to say, okay, how do they go about this? If they relaxed the lockdown or they even took it off completely, what do they intend? What are the measures put in front to make things happen?
same yesterday, the president of Ghana that was talking about Nana Akufo-Addo announced that the country Ghana is going to build 90 more new hospitals. You know, like there's going to be 90 hospitals in Ghana because coronavirus kind of like expose
the government and the health sector.
The health sector over there in Ghana. So now this is the time that they really want to look into the health sector in Ghana and then build new hospitals across the region, 90 new hospitals across the region. And then 4 of those hospitals are actually going to be like a disease control center in Ghana. You know, this was what he said yesterday in Ghana, you know, trying to see what they can actually do to help boost the health sector over there in Ghana. And then the Ghanaians themselves kind of like worried. They're like, okay, now you want to build 19 new hospitals in Ghana. How are you going to get the funds to build these hospitals with all the facilities and everything?
They don't, you know, you're not the auditor of the whole country, right? So you don't know how much
just
is
don't
in
know.
the
You know,
reserve.
you just don't know. And also, economic specialist said Ghana's economic growth was going to grow up until 6.8% this year, but because of the whole coronavirus crisis and everything, the Ghana economy actually crashed to 1.5%.
Well, you know, most times, most of these countries have international donors coming through, so most things you can tell.
International donors. You know, sometimes I think that is a problem we have right here in Africa.
Okay, you think the problem of Africa is getting
One
support
of the
from
problems.
outside?
I mean, one of the problems.
One
you
of
know,
the problems.
We've got that rich natural resources that can actually get us
everything
that we want. Why do we always go out to borrow?
Because
Or to
we
lend?
do not. No, you know what? The greatest resource you can have is to use the resources you possess. So if you do not know how to use what you possess to get what you need, it's always like you don't have.
Everything still boils down to corruption.
Corruption, that's just it. Well, in Nigeria, the Nigerian House of Representatives resumes plenary today, and they are going to be talking about a whole lot of things. They want to deliberate on issues affecting the nation as a result of the outbreak of coronavirus. And also, they want to look into the maltreatment and the racial treatment, or let's say racial discrimination, that's Institutional Act on Racial Discrimination of Nigerians in China. Now, this
It's
story...
about that time.
This story has been coming in gradually. But my question is it just Nigerians that are suffering this, or are we looking at it because from our lawmakers who are in Nigeria? It's
not just a Nigerian thing, you know. I think it has to do with the race thing in Africa, being black. You know, I think there's a country somewhere in Africa that the government got to seize all the Chinese people, you know, because he just wanted to make sure the Chinese government find a way to free their people over there in China and then bring them down to the country before he let these people go. So it's kind of like holding them hostage right here in Africa, you know. So there are so many countries in Africa that are trying to do as much as possible whatever stuff that they can do to free their people all the way from China, because there are some videos I got to see, my brother.
Yes.
Those videos are
disturbing.
disturbing. You wouldn't want to see those footages, believe me.
Well,
crazy.
I don't know what is happening there, but I think if the Chinese government want to really have a place where people can go to and transact businesses, they have to really have
the
a
crazy
rethink
part of
about
it is that you find these so-called Chinese people in every part of Africa. You know, they're everywhere.
Well, I mean, they've been loaning many countries in Africa
You know,
money.
so right about now it's time to pay back.
Well, the payback. Well, still in Nigeria, the Senate observes strict adherence to social distancing as lawmakers sit 2 seats from each other, spreading themselves across the aisle and without the usual consideration of party line. Now, you know, back in the days, it was like, okay, this party sits in one
This party sits in one direction. This party. I mean, you're my friend, so we should sit together and then. But this time around,
yeah, there's just 2 seats in between, and there is no party. It's one Nigeria.
It's
now.
one Nigeria right about
And we're
now.
fighting one common enemy. Now, this is the thing. I like the idea because most people get to watch some of the sittings of the Senate, and you want to see example, right? And now you're watching and you notice, okay, they are also maintaining this
Social distancing.
And that is very good, and that is very applauding. Well, actually, speaking about this, in the speech of the president yesterday, he did say something about 900,000 recorded cases of coronavirus globally.
900,000.
And let's say, and counting now, because that was yesterday. As of today, let's say it's and counting.
900,000
900,000 and 200,000 deaths recorded.
Okay, it's quite crazy because this morning when I woke up, the total coronavirus cases around the world got to be about 3.5 thereabout, and then the United States has the highest so far. They've got 1.250 cases of coronavirus in the
Wow.
United States alone in the United States. So they are on top of that coronavirus crisis chain. Like, they are on top. The United States is on top.
Wow. Well, you know that Nasarawa State has also recorded its first positive case of COVID-19.
Wow.
Now, this happened. Most people have been saying Nasarawa State is just a state where, they've not really had that issue, and we were happy because nobody enjoys it. Like, I feel bad when they tell me a state has also recorded a case. I'm like, oh my goodness.
This is crazy because we did talk about the interstate borders, and this same person that took this coronavirus case down to Nasarawa State
Yes.
left Kano.
Yeah, it was a
Some
lady
days
from
ago.
Kano. And she
A
went,
lady
to a,
from
she
Kano.
went to a local government called Kokona local government.
Kokona local government.
Yes, that
from
is
Kano
correct.
to local
Kokona local
Kokona
government,
local
Nasarawa
government,
State.
and then God.
Well, anyway, in the speech of the president, he ordered a lockdown of Kano with immediate
Take
effect.
effect.
So right now they're trying to curtail the interstate movement, which most of his talks yesterday, of which I would say it was a brilliant speech by the president.
Brilliant.
It's so
Brilliant
brilliant. There
speech.
was a lot that was said. There was a lot that was dealt with. He talked about the palliative sharing, where he
palliative
said
sharing, yeah.
he knows frustration is leading many citizens to be wary and angry about how it has not reached them. But he pleaded with them to be considerate with them while they work on strategies of distribution to make sure that palliatives will get to everybody. He also talked about a lot of things that made much sense. Like, he talked about the NCDC's accredited 15 labs in Nigeria with aggregate capacity to handle like 2,500 tests, and also the building of more isolation centers that can house like 3,000 beds. So I see that there's much more that's been put in place just to make sure we fight it on the
The
next
president
stage.
really went in depth yesterday with his speech and everything. But at one point in time, I think I got a copy of the speech before the speech itself went up around 8 p.m. I don't really know what happened.
Well, you see, that is the problem now.
We were talking about it this morning. I was like, did you get the copy of the speech yourself?
Do I want a speech or do I want to see my country work?
So what has been happening?
The problem we are having is this. While we try to find solution, some of us just want to find problems.
Some people
So-
just want to joke around.
You just want the problem. I love it when you bring out a problem and you bring out a solution.
Solutions of it.
But when you're just somebody that wants to find faults alone but no solution, I start wondering. That's why I have a problem when they say a political party just wakes up and says, this one did like this, and I'll be like, now that you're saying that, why
This
not
one did like this.
pen
Why
down,
don't you look
pen
for the
down the
solution?
solution? Pen
Look
down
for the solution to
It's
the
very
problem.
terrible because that is not patriotic of you as a countryman. You have to always think past the political party. Think past the government of the day. Ask yourself, what are you also doing? You're pointing out faults, but you're not giving solution. So if they left it to you, what would you do? That's when you find out you also did not have solutions.
So as crazy as it is, the only thing that they could do yesterday was to hack the presidential speech.
And all I want to do is to see a working Nigeria. I just want to see a Nigeria that works. All right? And I won't lie, I liked the idea that the president could come out and give hope to the people. You get it? I might not be a political person who says I have a side, but
have a
for the
side,
fact
yeah.
that I can wake up and say, okay, my president's
I have a president who's working.
and somebody is having hope. Like, I believe he shares in my pain, and this will work for us if we put our hands together. He said something. He said he's not trying to tell you that you're not going to see changes in the variables as weeks and days go by. He made that statement in the
Of course he
speech,
did.
which he's trying to tell you, just because I'm here telling you don't mean we're not going to see some things. It's a pandemic.
It is.
It is not like putting $200,000 or naira in an account and come see it back tomorrow, or the bank takes out something, you go meet the bank manager and say, why did you do that? No.
Why did you do that?
This is a pandemic. We're fighting it.
Everybody needs to contribute.
And I do not know what you're doing. And he said something about trying to enforce the mask, where we all have to go out with masks. Now, you see, these are the things that if you look at it at the end of the day, he cannot be in everybody's house.
He can't.
He also talked about the human right violation. He talked about security agencies, how he is not going to tolerate it. So it means during this period, they've been taking note of the problems that have been happening, and they're now looking at how to address it.
Out of those issues, yeah?
He talked about SMEs and how they were also suffering from this whole thing, companies and
Companies.
economy falling. He talked
Economic
about how to
meltdown.
secure people's job. There's just a whole lot that was contained in this thing, and that is
Yesterday.
what the people want. People want to know, how will our kids go to school anymore?
How are we going to survive?
If we don't have online, have you ever thought about it? These schools will tell you, okay, we don't have the online.
We don't have the online, yeah.
But you know, the government can use the media houses to teach. We can have programs on education.
There was a story I saw yesterday where some private schools in Lagos, allegedly went online and then started having tutors for the student of that school.
Okay.
And immediately asked the parent of this school children to start paying school fees almost immediately.
Okay. But that don't sit well, right?
It just doesn't sit well.
It doesn't sit well, because I know in other countries they even had to tell how mortgage houses and banks who gave loans to people.
We are going through a
Hold
crisis right about now, and then the only thing you can think about is how to make money out of this situation.
That's kind of sad, that's kind of really sad, because sometimes you look at it and you say, wait, are you trying to say I expect the president alone to fix our problem? I would not play my part.
We are all responsible for whatever happened to Nigeria, so we all have to put our hands together to make sure we move this country forward. So if you're just waiting for the president to do whatever stuff that he has to do to move this country forward, man, you're on a long way to go.
A very long way. And in case you're listening to this show and you're watching, this is African Patriot Radio, and you can get to us, all right? Get to us on our comment section. If you are on Facebook, that is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. You can comment right under there. And if you're on YouTube, you can still do the same. On YouTube, it's still African Patriot Radio. Always remember to subscribe and also to click on the bell button so you get notification. And on the Facebook page, just like the page and you automatically will be a member of the Patriot community. So whenever we are on air, you can always be right there. All right, so we'll take a short break, and when we come back, Talks and All with Yao and May continues on African Patriot Radio. Don't you go nowhere. We'll be right back.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Okay, still Talks and All on APR. You're number one. Number one. Okay, so May.
Yes.
What is the latest? You got any news for us?
There's more news. Like in Nigeria, news happens every day. Even when you're on the lockdown, people make lockdown news.
People do make lockdown news.
I'm telling you.
Just like what happened in Lagos some weekends ago, where some the authorities popped into should I use the name strip club? Okay.
It was a nightclub.
A nightclub.
Where they operated the strippers.
Like one weekend they just stepped into it and they find people actually doing stuff there. And that is news.
That is news.
That is news.
Speaking about news, there's news from Niger State. In Niger State, they've relaxed the lockdown across the state, but they have put the strict adherence to face mask. Now, this was made known by the secretary, that is the secretary to the state government, and in person of Mary Berger. Okay, so that is going to be how they want to run it, and to make sure that people would adhere to that and make sure, they go about their normal duties, but to be sure. Okay, it's actually from the chief press secretary of the state.
Well, I just hope after all this pandemic, and then the world becomes while the world is trying to normalize and everything, we still try as much as possible to maintain this new habit of taking care of ourselves. That's talking about washing your hands, probably wearing the face mask. If you don't mind, you can still wear them after this whole pandemic and everything. And then also still stick to your very, very good health tips. Like it will really, really help.
Okay, well, you know, yesterday I noticed something. I went out and there was something about the air. There's this freshness that I missed, a freshness I knew only when I was a kid.
Has it got to do with the rain that fell 2 days back?
Well, would I want to think about it that way? But there's this thing. I think so much activity that has been causing the carbon, let me call it bastardization, and all has just reduced. There are less cars on the road, less usage of some of these things that we do that pollute the atmosphere.
The atmosphere, yeah.
Okay, so I now found out, not that I'm saying, hey, let's be on a lockdown for the rest of our lives, but there was this thing, like even nature is responding to the lockdown. Like there is a way where nature is also rejuvenating itself. Like that's how I felt though. And I was asking someone, I was like, is it me or is there something strange about the breeze? It just feels like when I was a kid.
Well, I think in every bad situation or whenever something bad happens, you should also look at the positive side of whatever negative thing that is happening. No, but
let us be real. So let us be real. We actually forgot about Mother Nature.
Yes, we did.
We went.
Don't forget that at one time. Don't forget that at one time the global warming in the world was becoming something that was troubling everybody in every part of the world. But ever since this lockdown came into place, ever since the pandemic actually hit the world, just like what you said, there's been less of is it carbon monoxide?
The ozone layer issues.
Like the ozone layer issues and everything has relaxed a little bit.
I just think the thing is, this was just a period. Despite the fact that, yes, we feel sad that we lost our loved ones, of which I want to also go back to my president's speech where he also sent condolence to families who lost their loved ones. And I know he too is still in that pain of losing his chief of staff.
Who from
history checked where we're not, it's alleged that the late chief of staff happened to be like his nephew. You know, so he too had to come out. And apart from that, I like the idea that he appreciated and he made sure he went ahead to thank every person who had tried or contributed from international to within the nation who had contributed to fight coronavirus with the federal government. And also he went to thank the whole general citizens of Nigeria because he wanted to let them know he sees their plight. He understands what they're doing too.
He understands,
which is not easy. But anyway, it's a good thing that we are coming to a point where you have to sit down and reevaluate self.
True.
I had that moment yesterday morning. I had to reevaluate.
You know when you do talk about Mother Nature, I think we humans, we are the ones actually killing the earth. You know, with the kind of habits that we have. So imagine if everybody can just behave themselves and then do whatever stuff that they are supposed to do rightwardly. The earth is going to be a better place.
The earth will be a better place. And if it's a better place, it's not just for earth.
It's not just for us. It's for us. Because we live in it.
We live in it. You know, it's just good. I think we need to just, when we come back to our normal lives, it doesn't mean we will forget.
So many things need to change about us.
And
positively.
We need to be clean because there are people who are still defecating on streets and corners. It's bad. This is just like preparing for another cholera outbreak.
People urinate on the roadside. People just do some crazy stuff on the roadside, throw bottles inside the ditch and everything. You've got beans, you know. You should do these things rightwardly. So by the time this whole thing ends, let us come out as new humans, you know. Let us come out with new perspective.
Appreciate what the nature
has actually given to us. Because this is if anything happens to this earth, like we can go to Mars to live.
Oh, man. How much rockets do you have?
How much rocket do you have?
Now, speaking about that, there's just other stories still from Niger where there's the repatriation going on. The governor sets to repatriate Almajiri back to their home states. Now, I am wondering, Almajiri is like beggars, right? So,
do they actually have a state? That's a big question mark. What state are they from? If they actually own a state.
It's kind of confusing, though. But we're hoping that as time goes on, we'll have this story revealed out so we get to understand if it is that there's a particular state that these people come from.
I mean, they're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
You find beggars everywhere. So you just can't tell, okay, this mainly by looking at them for sure, okay, this person is from here.
And I think they had this meeting. It was one of the things that was brought up during the Governors Forum, the Northern Governors Forum. They had this meeting right there.
But, like, trying to say you want to move this beggars Almajiri to their various states, which I don't know how you're going to do. Why don't you just have a camp? Just have a camp.
Like what do you call it, like an IDP camp now?
Fantastic. Just have a camp. where you
Okay.
can actually take care of them, put them there, get them this skill
Acquisition
acquisition.
and all that going on. Well, I think it's good because I've once talked about that on a particular program, not on radio though, where I was saying I feel there is a need for state governors to now start thinking about owning shelter homes for
Shelter
people who are
homes.
homeless. Because when you tell people it's a lockdown, everybody stay at home, and we have people who sleep on the street. Now, some of them are not Almajiris, but
They're not.
it just happens that they do not have a place to stay, but they do.
They're
work though.
going through some situations.
Good. So I thought about that and I said, how about having shelter homes for these people and also geriatric home for the old people?
For the old people.
If we can do this, there's a way taxpayers' money can be used to train these people when these people are being there. Like the old people, maybe not trained, they have to be fed. So it might be that there's someone who feels, okay, there's no one to take care of their parents at home no more. And they'll say, okay, let's take him to a geriatric home where he's been taken care of. Now, for those who are in the shelter homes, you now try to fix them with jobs. There are many jobs. There are like all those direct labor jobs.
Direct labor
You can now
jobs.
start giving them.
You know, you can have them do carpentry work, tailoring jobs, all this work. Farmers.
You know?
You know?
And by that, you could start up. Okay, you're starting life. So maybe they could just find a way to build the one room self-contains in a particular area. So you go there, it becomes like a low-cost housing.
Low-cost houses.
While you're there, you've now started putting the skill you have in producing for government.
Mm-hmm.
Government doesn't, you know, in the recent, you don't even need to import furniture. These people
You
might
don't.
learn. So when they work, they now start paying for that house. In that way, they now gradually own a home too. And they start from there.
You've said it all.
So
This
I
is
just-
what
I
we
just
need
thought-
right about now. Like, it's a very, very wide and beautiful thought that came out of your head. It is fantastic. So I believe government should really, really look. State government should really, really look into things like this. You know.
Okay, well, you know, it's going to happen, and we are hopeful that one day we're going to have this Nigeria where everyone will have that freedom to say I have a home or I have a job or I have something I do in contribution to nation building. Because when you train these people, the thing is this: there's tax being paid.
Yes, there is.
And you'll be shocked when these people start showing the things they can do. We're going to start looking at a new perspective when it comes to exporting of things from products from Nigeria. Because it's funny, we're talking about, was it Mozambique where they said they used to make rice, but right now they are importing rice from China.
Okay, not to even talk about palm fruit.
It's crazy. I mean,
In Nigeria, here, like we used to be the biggest palm oil producing country in the world, but today where are we now? We're importing.
man, that is just crazy.
It's crazy.
Well, man, you know what? You're still on to African Patriot Radio and its talks and all. I got y'all in the studio.
Bruh.
Okay, my name is May, and we've been talking about a whole lot that has been going on and how we feel about things. So you two can go ahead and share.
You can
how
be part of the
feel.
conversation, you know.
Tell us how you feel. What do you think we should be thinking about? What should our government be thinking about in this period of lockdown? Because it's a time where everybody has to have reflection. You have to reflect on a lot.
Sober reflection.
Yes, maybe
Yeah.
there was the plan you had as a state governor. You had this beautiful plan, but because of the whole ups and downs and how life can bring its turbulences and all that, you did not do some of those things. And now you have the time to sit back and think
reflect.
and say, this happened and I saw the plight of my people. How can I go about? Because think, if everybody had this level of getting everything they want, not maybe everything they need, but at least you got it to a level. There's a way to the rich that you won't feel this.
At all.
You'll be able to say, oh, a lockdown? Well, I don't have that much, but at least what
The little I have
I
can really
go.
take me through.
But now it's a time where people are saying they've been collecting tax from us. I don't even have this. I don't have that. They've been collecting tax from me, but I can't even get palliatives in my house.
So what has the government been using the tax for?
Good. And we still have some people who are trying to talk about tax with you.
Definitely. I
Okay?
mean,
Now, many people are
end of
also-
the month, you get to find out, okay, you just receiving a lot, and then before you know it, some figures are actually missing.
Yes, and in times like this, you still have people who collected loans from banks and all that, still having banks calling them and telling them, we need our loan back. You know what this person is going through? This person can't feed. This person can't work. He's on a lockdown.
He's on a lockdown.
Now,
How do you expect him to
I'm
get
afraid
paid?
because when all these bills start piling up, I guess it's the reason why you have that issue where the OAP Dr. was talking about. Girls now go out of their way thinking, I need to settle my bills.
I need
My
to pay my
landlord is
bills."
stressing me. And I'm thinking, how do I do it? Oh, if I should dance naked, you're going to give me this? So immoral values start creeping in, and the person starts thinking like, oh, well, it's just you and I.
It's just you and I.
Let me do
Videos.
it.
So what's that?
What's there?
I can actually do it quietly and then collect my 10K, my 5K, and then move ahead.
Keep piling the money up.
Keep
So I
piling
think
it
we
up.
just have to think, because this is a time to also look at it all and say, how do we fix our country? Not just by infrastructure, not just by governance now.
Human development as well.
Human development. How do we do the impactation to say, okay, this is what we want to create out of the new Nigeria that will happen when we fight this COVID-19?
At the end of this pandemic.
That's one thing we should be thinking about. And I will always say it, like yesterday, the president really tried to bear a whole lot of things out so we can get it straight. And we are going to put our hands together to support the system, because the system only works when we try to understand the system. Sitting at home and not really having an idea of what the system is a problem.
It is a big problem because you become actually, how do we put it? Like you become nonchalant of what the system is. You just feel whatever stuff you do, it's okay for you, not knowing that someone else somewhere is actually going to suffer from your own action.
Because you refuse to talk.
Because you refuse to talk.
Now, there's this other person who was having this complaint. The person said, I still have my loan house stressing me about a loan I owe them, but I do not hear EFCC or the courthouses continuing cases of corrupt leaders who were charged. Like, it seems like the cases were on hold. So am I the only person who has money that is not mine?
Well, in as much as everything is the way they are right about now, a lot of people still believe they can do whatever stuff they need to do just to get that thing that they need to get from you. So I think you just need to look for a way to settle the whole thing. The whole thing, Like sometimes it can be crazy.
Yes.
It can be crazy because you're thinking about how you're going to survive.
And somebody is telling you.
And then somebody's telling you, yo, dude, what's up now? How far are we up on that level? I mean, it's scary. It's scary.
You're wondering, like, hey, I thought we were on the lockdown. So why are you stressing? You guys are still operating.
You guys are still operating.
And another one some people are saying is, okay, during the course of the lockdown, there was 4 months, and I had not paid my rent. My landlord is now stressing me.
Okay.
And I've not been working.
Landlords, I know if you're a landlord and then you're listening, I know you're all humans, you all got bills to pay, but you should also put yourself in your tenant's shoes.
It's kind of crazy for everybody.
It is kind of crazy. So there's a way that you can banter with your tenant, and it'll be like, okay, since things be like this for this time, okay, why don't you just give me half of this, or let's just do it this way, or later you give me this way, you give me this amount for this time, because I know how crazy it is. Let us start being our brother's keeper instead of just trying to like milk water, because we kind of like providing services to these people. We should just kill them.
Man, that is crazy.
It is crazy.
Well, anyway, you're still listening to African Patriot Radio on this very dial. We've been talking about a whole lot that's happening and a whole lot that we feel, and we want you to also share and air your views. This is a time where you can drop your opinion. It might be like a public opinion, right?
Public opinion, or you just want to have a random conversation with us about the happenings around the world. You're welcome 100%.
100%. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll talk more, and you can start dropping your comments so we can read them out. That's what we do. We'll be right back.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassey,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
We push this COVID-19 away, away, far away, away.
Everybody got to realize, for this life, no one life we get,
No one life we get.
Everybody got to realize, for this life, you no get to duplicate. You no get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh, make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just pass that law, oh. Now for your good, make everybody they save. Oh. Stay house, make you know they go out. Oh.
Make you know they go out. Oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend. Oh.
You know get friend. Oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out. Oh.
Make you know they go out. Oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend. Oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Oh, oh. Make you day your house. Oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody, everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, it go better. Oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka. Oh yeah, sanitize your hand. Social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hands.
Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Social distancing.
Social distance.
Keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hands well.
Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Social distancing.
Make you cover your
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
It's ODJB.
All right, and welcome back. You're still listening to African Patriot Radio. In case you want to be part of this, you want to always get notification of what is happening. First things first, I would like you to do is to go to Facebook. That is www.facebook.com/APR. That's African Patriot Radio. Do the same on YouTube. And when you're on YouTube, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do same, look at the bell button. Click on it for notifications, so you always get notified before a program starts. And while we went on that break, we had a message. We'd like to read it out. This one is from Blossom Ekanem, and this person says, so inspired by the programs on APR. Awesome work, guys.
Thank you very much.
And she says, this is what I keep preaching. Give the youth the opportunity to give out what they've got in them. You'll be amazed at the results they will deliver. Marvelous work, guys, and we want to say thank you for that one.
We appreciate you from that one.
And just like Blossom, you too can drop your comment to tell us how you feel and what you feel that government can do at a time like this, what you feel you can do, what you feel your landlord can do, what you feel your pastors, your imam, because it's everybody's responsibility.
It is everybody's responsibility.
And in the speech
now.
of the president actually talked about it. He said that he wants to thank the religious leaders from the Khan and the Islam side, and he said something. He said, use that platform of yours to talk to your people. And he also said something. He said, also talk to your people to respect rules laid down. Mm-hmm. You know, the health rules laid down.
You know,
these people
recently
they listen more to...
They listen to their religious leaders a lot. They do listen to the religious leaders a lot. Okay, there was a video some days ago, I think 4 days ago, when some guys came out and they were saying, Malam, Corona.
No, that video has been around for long. It happened somewhere in Jos.
Somewhere in Jos.
In Bauchi, in Jos.
So now, imagine the Malam telling these people this.
Look, this has happened. There were pastors too. You know, there were pastors who are guilty of this thing. They kept saying, people, this is, look, you have to understand what you're into. When they say that the authorities who are governing you are set for you by the Most High. So if you do not...
By the time you defy their laws...
You are not in accordance with what you're claiming to be believing in. And the good thing is it's written in all the good books. the both holy books, they both say the same thing. So what are you saying?
What are you saying, bruh?
Why are you saying? Why are you saying your case is different? Well, anyway, still on the speech of the president, which was delivered yesterday by 8 p.m., he also talked about 19% reduction of imported cases, and he said thanks to the border closure. Now, he also says we're still going to work on the land border closure. We're going to still intensify that containment strategy to make sure the protocol regarding containment strategy. Because after you stop like the flights coming in and all, you have to look at those other paths. Like there are people who are still going against the road.
Interstate.
So when they say, okay, no more interstate movement, these people start finding their way around bushes and all. And it's painful because you're passing a particular village and these people are opening ways for you because maybe the youth have now opened a small channel, or there's some certain people opening channels and collecting money to say, okay, you can use here.
You can use here, you know. And then also the president got to talk about a restriction on social and religious gathering. You know, he did talk about it, and I think that is one place that we really need to look into. Up until now, there are some religious entities that are still operating.
Wow. You know, it's very hard for us to come to a point to understand what exactly we want to achieve.
Look, I know how bad we all want all this to end. So a lot of people will do whatever it takes, you know, like whatever faith you believe in, you know, that, okay, now I'm praying just to make this whole thing go away. I'm praying for this whole thing to go from this side and then this side. But hey, whatever it is, we all want it to go away. But by the time you don't stay alive,
that's where the problem is.
That is where the problem is. Then who are you going to pray to?
I mean, you can pray from your house.
You can pray from your house.
You can study your holy books. And now the thing is, you can even be online with your ministers, your imams.
Technology has made it easy. You know, like these days, like all I do is I just go to church online.
You know.
Nice to praise the Lord, somebody.
Okay, you can make that happen.
You can make that happen.
You know, it's all good. But I just feel we need to all look into this together and not look at it from one side. Now, I remember there was this story. There was something that the president said yesterday. He said, when we recorded our first index case, according to some models, okay, some institutional models, they looked at us and said, oh, they're going to record 2,000 cases within a month. But here we are.
I mean, kudos to the health workers.
Kudos to the health worker. He did say.
They are all
he talked about the frontline people, and they also made arrangement for those who are in the health sector who have been in frontline battling this. They are all on insurance. There's health hazard. There's the hazard allowance and all that coming through.
Bro.
Although we have issues because we had this other story in Plateau State. Where the nurses or so were talking about going on strike because their hazard allowance was just 1,000 naira.
Just 1,000 naira.
But you see, sometimes I look at this whole thing and I say, okay, is it that when there are actually good things put in place to make things work, but are there enough good people to make this thing?
To implement these good things work?
Yeah. And people now paint the person they see, the person that is the figurehead, with a bad brush.
Not knowing that it was the other person on the other side trying to make that person look bad.
And this is a time I feel we have to keep any other thing aside. Whatever you want to achieve,
it's crazy.
And work for the best.
It's crazy now. You're talking about health workers in Jos going on strike and everything. That was a political show yesterday in one of the most popular media houses, where one Mr. Muhammad Jamo, a public affairs analyst, came up to say that 90% of the medical doctors in Kano have all absconded.
Now, this is the question. Abscond to where?
That is nobody knows where these guys are.
Have they checked their residence?
He was confidently saying this, but I got to watch the program. I was like, "What?"
When you give a story like that in journalism, there's a way. When a story is lacking some form of because you can't just say people abscond. Abscond how? As in, was there a background check on them? Because I believe if they worked, there should be a way whereby they have their addresses.
There should be records.
They have phone lines. They must have tried the phone lines. They didn't get them. They tried. Because at this time, when people abscond like that, you need to know where they went to.
With the whole
pandemic
thing, like, everybody needs to know where you are.
Where did you
go?
go?
And then you being a health worker? 70%? He was confidently saying it. You know, like Politics Today. Yeah, I think that was the name of the show. Politics Today.
Okay. Well, anyway, I know that there's going to be 5,000 frontline health workers who are going to actually be doing a whole lot more, and they're going to be induced into the system to make sure everything will be okay.
Well, I think just like what the president of Ghana is about to do, try to build more hospitals and then try to checkmate those imbalanced positions that the health sector in Ghana is actually going through because of the coronavirus pandemic. It kind of like exposed a whole lot of issues in Ghana. So I think what the government of Nigeria should do is really look into that same aspect too,
of it.
because coronavirus has actually exposed our health sector right here. So I think the government should really look into it.
Well, but I feel the government is, because if you're looking at how things have been recently, you'll find out they're trying to also increase. Remember, Nigeria is large.
I mean, not just for now.
Yes.
Like also talking about
but
the
I want you
future.
to know Nigeria is quite large. It is like one place with 200 million plus people. Now, when you say you want to do these things, you have to look at all the geopoliticals.
We've got
like I'm saying, like I like the idea that the Ghanaian president would say, I want to build 90 hospitals. How soon? You see, it's one thing to say something.
And now that is exactly what the people of Ghana are actually talking about, because they say, look, we've got similar things like this in Ghana done by the previous regime.
Okay.
Then immediately you came into power, everything got abandoned. So what is that guarantee that you're giving us that by the time you start this project and then you leave the office, what is going to happen to it?
Why would I want to start building 90 hospitals when I can start converting some of the places we don't need? I think at this time,
now
I should look at a ministry and say, okay, I can merge this ministry's offices. Not merge the ministries together, but I can decide to put two of them in one place.
Now, I think this is where the private sector need to come in.
Okay, the private sector.
The private sector, this is where they need to come in. To support the government. I mean, we've got a lot of people with big businesses in the country who can actually support the Nigerian government in achieving things like this, and then also maintain the structures.
Well, as you can see, in Nigeria, even the military is supported.
Even the military is supported.
And we have private hospitals who are also making their own bid. We had a time where the people who were given, the stadiums are even being used as isolation centers, which is because we know very well that, okay, if you're going to fight this thing, it is large. This country is large.
It's large.
It's always funny when they tell people how large Nigeria is.
That is what we're saying. One person alone cannot do the job. Good. So it is the responsibilities of every Nigerian.
So when you see the 36 states now, you're looking at the fact that everything has to go with different multi-political. When you're trying to see how to effect something in a country, you have to go back to the structure of governance, how their democratic system is structured.
Okay.
Understand?
Now I get you 100%, but we can still do a better job.
Yes, of course. And
we can still do a better job.
We are working. All right, so you are still on to African Patriot Radio. And of course, we told you before, I will say it again. If you want to be part of the program, all you have to do is follow us on Facebook. www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Like the page and automatically you become a member of the Patriot community. What happens there is this. We have news as it happens. We let them in. You can read a whole lot that's going on in Nigeria and around the world. From there, you can get updates on the COVID-19 and you can get every information you need right there. And also remember that whenever we are having programs on the radio, you can go there and drop your comments.
Be part of the conversation.
Of course. And to also do that, you can go all the way to our YouTube channel because we stream over there too. That is African Patriot Radio on YouTube. When you subscribe there, you can also press the notification button so you can always get information about what we are about. Now, this is Talks and All We Yow, and my name is May. We have been dissecting
so many issues,
traveling around Africa, looking at things happening.
I know we all just can't wait for this to end so that we can get back to normal life. But hey, don't forget, it's still going to be a little bit difficult for everything to be normalized. But hey, with your help and with the help of whatever faith you believe in, everything will definitely go into place.
Okay, like in Nigeria now, 10,000 health workers have actually been trained and distributed to states. So imagine. That is just one of the things that the president made us know. So you see, if you go into the president's The president's speech yesterday was more of like a manuscript.
It was. I went through the whole thing. At one point in time, I was beginning to get tired. I was like, oh, God, what is it? But I just had to keep going.
Well, you know
because
what?
I needed to be informed.
Mine is this. When I read it, I kept finding hope. I found hope because I was like, wow, look at this. 10,000 to every state. If you have this one done right now, already adding to the number of people we have. Of course, this is a pandemic. It's not something you just say, hey, carry 50,000 people and push. You need to be sure, that the people you are sending. So other people would have said, okay, make this number more than 10,000. But the 10,000, you have to be sure this 10,000 are capable. Because it's not just sending them, you have to make them well protected while they do this. Because we've had issues where people went to, take care of people having this, and before you know it, something else happened.
They became infected on their own.
Now, like recently, we're having this conversation with some set of people in the office here where we talked about, has anybody talked about pregnant women having COVID-19?
We did have a conversation.
We're talking about the NCDC.
The NCDC
them to come over.
And that is something that's going to happen pretty much soon because we really need to get people to understand these things. Let them know these things.
Shortly before we came on air, I just got the story where they said in the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, they were able to deliver a baby from a woman who had COVID-19.
And the baby was negative?
Well, that is the story we have not yet confirmed.
We've not yet confirmed yet.
We were trying to look into the story, but I had to rush into the studio, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, look, if we are making these strides, we're making this move, it means that when some of us think it is not working, there are people who are working.
Actually working to make sure that stuff that you think is not working is actually working.
So it's up to us when we see the works, we should applaud them, we should appreciate them. We should identify the problem, the progress, and tell people this is the progress that is happening.
I believe the health workers of this country, they've kind of like really, really proven themselves that they can get the job done. So I think it's high time the people of this of this great nation we start patronizing our own very good health workers.
Well, we have this other message from Nzube Jonas who says we need to work job, business need to open. Most of us don't make money if we don't go out.
True, bro. But hey, you get one problem saying a person with their life and they hustle.
I tell you, you have to break. You guys bring her street.
I gotta bring her street.
Well, it's all good. I understand your.
I understand the pain.
The president said that he knows that people are really feeling down with this. But imagine if you just went out there without the protection you need.
And then you get infected. Will you be thinking about your stomach or the virus?
Because you'll be saying, no, let's just open the place. Everybody put on the mask. But what of that money you touched with your hand?
What if you get infected?
Would
you be thinking about that money that you want to go out to make? Or you want to think about how you're going to get healed? So I know, we know it's crazy, but whatever it is, let's try as much as possible.
Yeah, let's try. We can do it. We can do it if we all work together.
We can do it if we all work together.
And in one short time, this will all be over. We'll go back to our normal lives, and we'll be able to make a change. Because this change is going to come, and the change is going to come to stay for a very long time. I mean, the world has known, the countries have known, the people have known. So now your next direction, your next journey is going to be determined by everything you learned in this lockdown period. Wow, in as much as I want us to go all the way, I see it's just a minute. And by top of the hour of 1 o'clock, we'll be giving you Information Africa, which is our news right here. And it will be read by Elvis Oga, who will be right in the studio no time from now. We'd like to say it was a good time with you, and we'd like to do it tomorrow again, y'all.
Definitely tomorrow again. You just stay tuned.
All right, so we'll be leaving you from this side, but more programs continue on African Patriot Radio. My name is May.
And of course, my name is Yao, the Godfather.
Thanks a lot for staying with us.
Bye.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. with Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
The time is 1 p.m. in West Africa, 2 p.m. in Central and South Africa, and 3 p.m. in East Africa. This is Information African News reaching you from African Patriot Radio. You can listen to this broadcast by live streaming at www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio /videos. My name is Elvis Oga. President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the phased and gradual easing of the lockdown in Lagos and Ogun states, as well as the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The president announced this during his third nationwide broadcast on COVID-19, where he explained that, in line with the recommendations of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 and the various federal government committees that have reviewed socio-economic matters and the Nigerian Governors Forum, an approved phase-off and gradual easing of lockdown measures in FCT, Lagos and Ogun State will be effective from Monday, 4th May 2020. According to the president, this will, however, be followed strictly with aggressive reinforcement of testing and contact tracing measures while allowing the restoration of some economic and business activities in certain sectors. The announcement means residents in these three areas will have to stay at home under the lockdown for 1 more week before the easing commences. Algeria on Monday extended until 14th May the containment measures to curb the spread of the new coronavirus after authorizing the reopening of some businesses during the Ramadan period. Prime Minister Abdulaziz Jirad has renewed an additional period of 15 days, namely from 30th April to 14th May 2020. Mr. Jirad urged his compatriots to continue to observe conscientiously and rigorously the measures of hygiene, social distancing, and protection. Recently, the Prime Minister had ordered the reopening of several businesses, including hairdressing salons, bakeries, and clothing and shoe shops, in order to reduce the economic and social impact of health crisis. In addition, since the beginning of the fasting month of Ramadan, the authorities have relaxed the curfew decreed in several regions of the country because of the pandemic. And in business, the International Monetary Fund (IMF) is expected to recommend the approval of $3.4 billion in emergency funding for Nigeria as part of measures to cushion the impact of COVID-19 on the nation's economy. According to reports, the IMF Executive Board will meet today, Tuesday, 28th of April, to review the request. The loan, which is scheduled to be repaid in not more than 5 years, is considered the largest allocation by the IMF to an African country to assist with the coronavirus pandemic. Minister of Finance Zainab Ahmed earlier this month referred to the loan as part of funds being expected from multilateral organizations to aid the country's battle against the pandemic. From the world of entertainment, Sudanese model Nya Kim Gatwick has been named the darkest skin-toned woman on earth by the Guinness Book of Records. The 27-year-old model is famous for her unique dark skin, which has earned her the famous title, Queen of the Dark. On sports, the Ghana Football Association GFA on Monday said that it has commenced virtual engagement with its various members following the 2-week extension of the ban on public and social gatherings, including sporting activities amid the COVID-19 pandemic in Ghana. GFA President Kurt Okraku and the Executive Council will use the opportunity to update members on the impact of COVID-19, other football issues, and the way forward for the association. Representatives of the various competitions through their management committees are expected to meet the Executive Council at the Secretariat for deliberation, according to a release by the GFA. All the meetings will be held via Zoom. The Ghanaian FA has been running campaigns across platforms to create awareness since the first coronavirus case was reported in Ghana. It has also suspended all football competitions as well as precautionary measures. And our weather forecast for today shows Tripoli, Libya, and Casablanca, Morocco will be partly cloudy at 18 and 25 degrees Celsius respectively, while Kigali, Rwanda is expected to be mostly cloudy at 22 degrees Celsius. And that was Information African News as produced by the APR News crew. Before we go, our African proverb for the day is a Nigerian proverb that says, "The big game often appears when the hunter has given up the hunt for the day." I am Elvis Oga. Stay tuned as we bring you more interesting programs from this platform, particularly Up Next is Security Tips with Josephine Paul. Good afternoon.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Make we push this COVID-19 away, away, far away, away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get, oh.
Now one life we get.
Everybody got to realize, oh. For this life, you no get to duplicate. You no get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh. Make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just to pass that law, oh. Now for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You no get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene, oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody, everybody, everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hand.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
Social distance.
Keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hand well.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
Make you cover your
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
It's ODJB.
ODJ on this one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away, and when I run away, I go jam heavy, go be. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know could do it again. No, we won't. The kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, babe. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Quick.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night. For sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn, that though by history we be a ton. But what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spun from a conundrum of hearts beating.
Hello and welcome to African Patriot Radio right here in the studio, and this is the Security Report coming to you live on African Patriot Radio. And of course, it's a midday feed, and you know what we do here in the studio? We get you all entertained and all informed about happenings in the society. Today on Security Report, I'll be sharing with you some tips that can help you escape or avoid being kidnapped, especially in our society today. All right, I know a lot of people, always have to wear the confidence of saying they cannot be victims of kidnap. Well, it's good. It's actually cool for you to wear your confidence, knowing who you are. Staying safe and secure becomes challenging or difficult once perceived to be, politically influenced or wealth or ties to some recognized Western organizations or group. All right, so the candid fact is that nothing can totally eliminate the risks of being kidnapped, especially with you. But here are some tips that can help you avoid or escape kidnap. I'm going to be sharing with you basic tips that can help you avoid or escape kidnap. During the lockdown situation, a lot of complaints, a lot of panic, a lot of fear. But we keep being grateful to wake up every single day and not be victims of this. Whereas it is good to be informed ahead of time, for you to take precautionary measures, for you to be alert, for you to be vigilant. You need to understand that your security is your responsibilities. All right, so with no time spent so far, I would like to share some tips, and I would advise you to listen attentively and adhere strictly to the tips I'll be sharing with you. First of all, erase the notion that you can't be kidnapped. Erase the notion that you cannot be kidnapped. It is good to be confident in yourself. It is good to know that, okay, no matter what, I know who I am and I know that I cannot be kidnapped. But in our society today, a lot of people fall victims of kidnappers or kidnaps. Why? Because overconfidence in themselves sometimes can actually lead to, them being a victim of being kidnapped. But perhaps that is when you become a victim. You must also be conscious and vigilant. All right? By the time you erase the notion that you can't be kidnapped, it is good. And when you erase the notion that you can't be kidnapped, it's funny because, and the other way around, you can actually become a victim of this. But however, you must always be cautious and vigilant for your own safety, for your own security purpose, and you will not be a victim of this. Number 2, avoid isolation. Well, not the other way around, because as it is right now with the whole situation happening, right, it is good to isolate yourself. Home isolation is actually needed right now. But the isolation I'm talking about is walking in lonely places at odd hours. Most times, most people can actually decide to, take a walk, probably at late hours of the night. That is not advisable. An isolated area can be a target to kidnappers, so avoid it. Avoid walking on a lonely road and lonely route. And if you must trail the roads, always associate yourself with companies of trusted people. Walk with people you can trust. Walk with people that would be there for you. All right? So it is not advisable that you walk alone in a road or a route that is quiet or isolated. Number 3, personal evaluation. This is very important. This has to do with your personal self. It's very important when it has to do with your environment. For instance, you actually move to a new environment. Personal evaluation of who you are, your destination, and how others might perceive you when you get there can make a huge difference. So you have to keep a low profile and dress modestly, especially if you are in a new environment, because you don't know people around you, because you're not sure who to trust. So you have to keep yourself on a low profile if you must, especially if you have a high profile, especially if you are a public figure. This actually can cut across even normal people, normal individuals, all right? So dress modestly. Flashy clothes and expensive jewelries that will naturally draw unnecessary attention to you must not, it is not advisable. that if you must go out, especially in a new environment, try to dress modestly, carry yourself well, dress smartly, dress modestly. You must not have to wear all flashy things or flashy jewelries to attract people to you, to draw attention. This actually might draw people with, a wrong motive, kidnappers or targets. I mean, you might actually be their target if you carry yourself in such a way that will draw people's attention to you. Bad guys, bad gang, kidnappers and all. So personal evaluation is very important. Dress modestly, know who you are, make sure you take note of your environment so that you cannot be a victim of this. And try blending with others around you. Because with this, people will take you or see you as a normal person and you cannot be a victim of any attack whatsoever. And try not and avoid threatening or offensive comments, especially with people you do not know, because you do not know this person. So the words that you use or the conversations you make with people must not be offensive, must not be threatening. So personal evaluation is very important. And number 4, cautious alcohol intake. Cautious alcohol intake. A lot of people fall victims of this. Probably they go to the bar, they drink and forget themselves. And this is actually a route for kidnappers or for, for these people, for bad gang or bad people association to actually be their target. If you go out, for instance, you go to a bar, you drink more than the amount of maybe alcohol intake you should have taken on a normal day. You have it excessively. You can actually make you be a victim of this kidnap of the predators. The effect of alcohol can draw unnecessary attention to you and make you less alert to your surroundings. But however, kidnappers will break no sweat in capturing a drunk person. Potential kidnappers. So avoid getting intoxicated when at bars or clubs or restaurants. If at all you must patronize. So if you must take alcohol, if you must have a drink somewhere at the bar or in the clubs, do not take it excessively. Know your percentage, know your level of alcohol so you won't take it and get drunk and be a victim of kidnappers. All right. So number 5, avoid repeated patterns of activities, routines, daily routines. All right, avoid repeated daily routines at the same time every day so as not to become a predictable person. Frequently visited areas, let's say hotels, clubs, bars are not advisable. If you must actually have to go out, if you must actually do the things you do, like the activities you get involved with, try as much as possible to change them, to change your routine, your pattern of activities, because with this you will not be easily traced. You cannot be easily traced, and predators or kidnappers will not have to assess you at that particular time, because what they do is follow up. When they start monitoring you, when they start knowing your moves, when they can say, okay, we can trace this person, so and so person at this hotel, at this bar, at this particular time, you become a victim. But by the time you actually avoid repeated patterns, avoid repeated activities or repeated places and routines, by the time you change your routines, you avoid some places you usually go, you change. If it's at the bar, if it's at the hotel, you try changing. It will actually make them, not have access to you. They cannot easily trace you. Even eating as well. Eating in a restaurant at every point in time, particular place, maybe there's a particular restaurant you always go to eat, have lunch or dinner. It is advisable that you try to change. You try to, take a different a place, go to a different place, because at that time they cannot trace you and they won't be able to locate you at that place they think you are. And also avoid walking straight to your house if you notice some irregularities. Most of these predators, most of these kidnappers take note of your moves. For instance, they know a particular route to take home, or you know a particular route to drive to your office or wherever. Now what they do is trace you. But by the time you try to make your moves not noticeable, try to take a different route, try to take a different location or direction to your house, they cannot easily find you. So try as much as possible to avoid repeated patterns of activities. Number 6, careful of transportation. This is very important because in one or two ways, many ways, we actually involve ourselves in various transportations. We move from one place to another, one region to another, one area to another. So always take buses or taxis as legitimate parks and avoid taxis with passengers already in car, as this could cause tricky conspiracy. Now, if you must travel, if you must go on a journey, always ensure that you actually take, or you actually take a legitimate park. Go to the legitimate park or legitimate bus stop. And you know how these predictors could be. You know how smart they could be. They could be a conspiracy. Some passengers can be among these team members, and they can actually team up together to be in a particular bus or be in a particular car or vehicle just to track you down. So be cautious when you see a vehicle or a car that has lots of passengers and you are not sure these are passengers that really wants to travel. Make sure you take a U-turn. Make sure you are decisive. Make sure you are able to identify that these people are not legit, or these parks or vehicles or buses are not legitimate. So avoid, and again, also avoid traveling to rural or unfamiliar areas if you are new to the environment. And if at all you must travel, do not go alone. Be sure that the parks or the vehicles, bus or car you're entering is legitimate, and the parks as well is also legitimate. Right? And always travel with informed and trusted friends. And if you must travel on any essential duties or any transportation that requires your attention, immediate attention, make sure you inform your trusted friends, relatives or colleagues about your whereabouts and when expected to return. Tell them you are traveling, tell them where you're traveling to, and when you will return. And this can only be advisable to trusted friends or trusted relatives or colleagues to avoid you being a victim of kidnappers or tricky conspiracy. All right, I still have more points that I will actually share with you. But before I do that, let's quickly go on a quick break, and when I return, I will get to share with you my last tips, and I'll wrap this all up. Do not go anywhere. Security report is what we are delving on right now on the midday feed on African Patriot Radio, and I'll be right back with more tips.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe.
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Patriot Radio, and this is the security tips right here in the midday feed. And if you're just joining in, well, I would say you're not too late, because I would be doing a recap for you. So right here in security report, I'm sharing tips that would help or secure you from being a victim of kidnap, how to avoid or escape kidnap. So far, I have actually outlined 6 points that will help and guide you to escape or avoid kidnap. First, I mentioned that you should erase the notion that you can't be kidnapped. All right, wearing overconfidence is good, but don't think that you cannot be a victim. Instead, be cautious and be vigilant. Number 2, I said avoid isolation. Not the COVID-19 isolation, but you personally avoid isolation. Avoid walking in lonely roads, especially being at the wrong place at the wrong time at night. Always take the right road and avoid walking alone. And if you must walk alone, Make sure you are in the company of trusted people. Now, number 3, I said personal evaluation. Knowing who you are, your environment, especially if you're new in that environment or in that place. Know who you are and do not dress or dress in a way that will actually draw attention to, predators or kidnappers. Number 4, I said cautious alcohol intake. All right, if you must drink or if you must take alcohol, you have to do it with a limit so that you cannot be a victim of kidnapping. And number 4, I said avoid repeated patterns of activities. All right, know your routes. You don't have to take the routes or areas you actually used to take. Try to change your routine. Try to change your path or activities you do every day. And number 6, I say careful transportation. If you must actually travel, if you must actually go use a public transportation, you must actually know that it is legit. Enter a legit bus, a legit vehicle, and be swift and smart, not scared or timid. When confronted with a potential predator, your response immediately shows that you're scared or timid, and that is exactly what they want from you, kidnappers. But the best thing to do at that moment is to play smart in order not to become predicted. Play smart. You can do anything to secure your safety and do anything to get attention at that moment. How can you get attention? Try breaking bottles, try screaming just to draw attention to you, and you can actually be you can actually draw help at that moment. Using of cell phones. Cell phones are actually distractive most times. Do not let your phones work for you. Let your phones rather work for you and not against you. When you are in a new environment, don't get so engulfed interacting with your phones at your expense or happenings around you. Don't wear headphones while you are walking on the road. It is quite distractive. If you must listen to a song, probably on the road, earphones or headphones, make sure you actually reduce the volume so you can hear and you can actually be able to be conscious of things around you. And also, always be at alert. The authority you'll notice, if you notice any irregularities within your environment, maintain orderliness. For example, in the USA, the general emergency number for them to call is 911, which most Nigerians have confused to be official Nigerian police number. But if you're in Nigeria and you notice any security emergencies or you notice any irregularities around you, don't forget that you can actually reach out to the general emergency number in Nigeria, which is 112 or 119. These numbers will help you to be able to reach out to the police or the emergency personnel, and also the fire department or ambulance services. 119 sorry, I beg your pardon, 112 or 119 is the general emergency phone numbers in Nigeria. Call the number for emergency, call the number for help if you are in danger. However, if you must actually adhere to these tips, if you must actually avoid kidnap, or if you must actually avoid yourself being a victim of kidnap, adhering to all of these tips would help you in times of emergency and will help you to secure your homes and to be safe at any extent. That's the much we can take right now on security reports, and I hope you are able to gain something and you will work according to these and adhere to the security tips I have shared today on the program. Josephine Paul is my name and I've been your host on the program. Stay back and stay tuned for more informative and entertaining programs right here on African Patriot Radio. And until next time, have a good afternoon.
Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Good afternoon once more, and many thanks for staying tuned to your number one radio station, African Patriot Radio. It's about that time where we get to talk about issues bordering on our family time, family well-being. My name is Elvis Oga, and I'm not in the studio alone. I have an elegant, sweet lady who is always doing this with me.
Oh, yes. My name is Ekanem. It's great to be here.
Okay, we were talking before we jumped on air. We need to hit the ground running because we are time conscious at the moment.
Yes.
The topic for discussion is before I do. When they pop that big question, that big question that men normally do with one knee on the ground and all, and then the always expected answer, which you always expecting to be in affirmative when you say, yes, I do. Before I do, what are the necessary things we need to put in place or consider before I do? What we're trying to talk about today is actually preparations for marriage.
Yes.
Preparation for marriage. We've already painted a picture of getting down on your knees and then popping that big question, and then the lady as expected say, yes, I do. What are the things you need to do? We need to check out readiness of the intending couples or the intending spouses.
And we consider how ready you are.
Yes, and readiness will actually be hinged on to so many different things. Maybe you have to be convinced, like your personal conviction. You want to do this. Then you have to also look at maybe people are trying to push you into this. That is how we now bring in pressure.
Yeah, pressure.
And then maybe needs, like society feel it like, okay,
needs.
Yeah,
I mean,
you get to an age.
Especially on the side of the woman, it's, how society is. They made it look like an achievement. That if you haven't done this as a woman, then you are not complete as a woman.
Okay, people actually go into marriage for other things. Maybe they see it as a necessity. Maybe when you get to a certain age,
they just
need to get married. And then most importantly, people getting married for choices like, it is my choice.
Yeah, they do. I mean, well. Okay.
I can see you have much to say, but you don't want to say much.
Well, well, let's get right to it then.
Okay. And then one of those things to check how ready we are, it's our level of independence.
Independence.
Yes, financially, emotionally.
Yes, that's actually very important.
Okay.
Independence one, and because you don't want to get into marriage and then you have
or
you have all manner of people interfering into your affairs, like bringing, you understand, like giving their own opinions about what concerns you and your partner.
Like you cannot even stay on your own and solely take a decision about your marriage. So there's nothing that breaks a home than third party. We all know that.
Preach.
Okay, so we actually took a look at, like before you get married, you need to see how ready you are. Make sure people don't push you into this. Make sure it is your choice. It is your decision.
Yes.
And it's not all about the society needs or what the society holds at maybe pressure. And then you need to check how independent you are financially and emotionally.
You talked about that. You talked about when you talk about emotionally, I think we should look more on the aspect of emotional maturity.
Okay.
Let's look at maturity in that aspect, because some people would actually come out and say, "Oh, I'm old enough and mature. I mean, I think it's time for me to get married." But it's one thing to be mature. On one side, in one particular area.
Maybe let's just say age-wise.
Yes, and then again, maturity is not. It's not based on age. That's the thing.
People will tell you age is nothing but just a number.
Exactly, it's nothing but just a number. So your age doesn't determine how mature you are. I've seen kids that are, let's say, teenagers. They're just teenagers and they act more mature than some adults I see around. And then you keep wondering, but this person is just a child. So that's why I said age is not a factor to determine maturity.
Okay, still talking about before I do on family time, we've checked the readiness of the prospective spouses, and then we just looked at, a readiness being hinged on a decision or what you want to get married, and then your level of maturity and independence to understand. Now let's take a look at attributes talking about different traits or characters of these people, these intending people that are trying to decide to be together for the rest of their life.
Well,
because till death do us apart is the normal bar for marriages.
Yeah.
As ordinarily as it's supposed to be.
So I think when you talk about attributes, I feel like first of all, before you decide that you want to settle down with someone, I want to believe, I don't know, I mean, back then in the days, it was back then when you'd see a guy wake up and say, oh, his parents would be like, oh, you're old enough to get married, take a wife, or they give you a wife. These days, you actually, even if it still happens in some places, but you're actually free to make a decision for yourself to pick a wife. So before you get married, be you a lady or a guy, I want to believe that one way or the other, for a particular period of time, you must have been friends. I mean, you have to be friends first before you think of anything else.
And it start from, okay, you having a picture of the kind of prospective spouse you want, and then most time they will tell you what you have in mind must not actually present itself.
So even if you say, this is not my spec, or it's not my spec, and then they tell you, the person I finally ended up with was not really my spec, but do you understand?
They will tell you stuff like, okay, if you can get a spouse that is 70% up to what you've been expecting, you can just make do with it. And then when we take a look at attribute, talking about a trait, this person's character, we have to look at compatibility. And in my own way, I define compatibility as reconciling what you have in mind with what is present
for you.
In reality.
It's like when people say, oh, you hear some lady say, oh, person I want to get married, I mean, he has to be tall, dark, and handsome. But then, you see, it's like, it's at the end of the day, you meet someone that is not tall, that can handsome, but then the character of the person, the kind of guy you want,
normally sweeps
do you understand? So it's like the character you want is in a body, a package that you do not like.
Yes.
What do you do in a situation like that?
And then somebody will be like, okay, preferences of people or choices of people regarding marriage, especially for girls, like you were talking about, maybe the society make it feel like with some other natural phenomenon, menopause and all.
I mean,
and then they make it feel like the choices change with age.
There is exactly, especially when it comes to the lady.
Yeah, when you're 25, you have all the time in the world.
Most times these days, even before you get to 25, they're already singing it like song, ringing it in your ear. Oh, you have to get married. You have to get married.
So it get to a point and you'd be like, anybody that comes now.
The pressure, I keep saying this, the pressure on women, especially in Africa, to get married, it's a lot, because if you look at a female from when she's small, from when she's young, they start grooming her and training her to be someone's wife.
Yes. Not grooming her to be someone for herself.
Exactly, not grooming her to be someone for herself. They start grooming her to be someone's wife. So it's like, that's what you hear people saying, oh, she's wife material, she's not wife material.
It would have been more balanced if actually they trained the guys to be someone.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So a wife material deserves a husband material. I mean, you can't buy expensive lace and be rocking it with bathroom slippers, if you understand what I mean.
Oh my God.
So in as much as they want ladies to behave and act like wife materials, they should also train the guys to be husband materials.
Okay, and then while we're trying to look at attribute and compatibility, which I said, I see compatibility as reconciling what you have in mind with realities on ground. With realities on ground. There are some certain legs which, if we make this union stand, it will last longer.
Yeah.
Love and friendship.
And
then people pay much attention to love, forgetting friendship. And then, I don't know if it's experience. I've actually taught people to see that it is actually lack of friendship that is causing most divorces.
Yes, most divorces that we have because at a point in marriage, after marriage, it gets to a point where that love you used to feel. I mean, for most people, it's no longer there. It's no longer as strong as it used to be. What actually now keeps
the person is so used to it.
Yes, what actually now keeps you both together is the friendship you're able to build together.
And then when you have friendship in place, instead of when you have an issue, instead of you going outside to tell another friend, you might now leave your spouse. Yeah, you leave your spouse as your husband or your wife, and then talk to him or her
as your friend. So that's why I say, your partner has to be your best friend. That's why sometimes when I hear people say, "Oh, I'm married and but I have this best friend," and then I'm like, "What are you saying exactly?" So it's like you can have like 3 best friends. I mean, don't you sound confused that way?
It's still family time on African Patriot Radio, and we're talking before I do. You can actually be part of the conversation by dropping your comment as we proceed on the show. We actually looked at the reasons why people get married, and then why the ordinary or the original reason why you should get married, and then we're looking at attributes and compatibility. We'll also go straight to look at some other health checks or necessary health tests that needs to be carried out, because you see most of these are diverse issues, or the viability and health of every relationship as regards union or wedding is largely rest on some of those tests, because issues will actually emanate from this. And then when we take a look at those tests that needed to be done, we'll now see decisions and implications. Like if you do this test, what are the advice or what are the decisions that you are expected to take on a scene and note? And then if you don't take them, what are the implications? Meanwhile, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we're going into that. Please stay tuned. Don't go away.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Join us. It's family time on African Patriot Radio. Elvis Oga is right here, and
I'm Ekanem.
Okay, the topic for discussion for today is before I do. And we're talking about things we need to do before we get into marriage as a union. We talked about readiness, and now we also looked at independence, where was trying to look at, okay, when I say independence, I was looking at financial independence and emotional independence, but my colleague was like, we should look at it from emotional maturity.
Yes.
Can we throw more light on that?
I think first of all we need to understand what emotional maturity is all about, and well, in a layman's language, I would say it is being able to handle anything that's thrown at you, being able to handle your emotions, being able to understand how you react to certain things and watch how you react to them. And I think there are certain things you need to consider when it comes to emotional maturity now. Like they said, first of all, I mean, if you want to know how mature you are emotionally, I think first of all you have to be the first thing you have to look at is flexibility. How easily do you adapt to things around you? Now, in a relationship, when I say adapt, it doesn't mean that you just have to let go of what you want, or your own will, your own. Yeah, exactly. But you know how it is. The different people coming together in a relationship, you have to be able to meet each other halfway. Yeah. So now you meet someone who's totally who's different from you are in certain ways. You have to be able to adapt to. Yeah,
you need to be flexible.
Yeah, you need to be flexible.
You don't need to be rigid.
Exactly. You need to be able to adapt or change. I don't want to use the word change per se, but you have to find a way to blend and balance up.
Okay, why actually buy into the idea of us naming it or christening it or emotional maturity is the fact that when we talk about independence or dependence,
Yes.
you could be matured. Maybe one way of showing your emotional maturity is even being dependent on someone else. So emotional maturity does it like you said. You need to be flexible. How well do you adapt? How well do you consider other people's notions or idea or stands?
Yeah, because I was going to say like a relationship involves two personalities, two different personalities coming together. Now, I mean, like some people would actually, I don't want it to sound like, or it is not you imposing your own will on the other person. But then you understand that when you guys come together, you're two different personalities. You have to find a way to balance. That's why you look at different relationships. You can't see two relationships that are the same, because these are different personalities in these different relationships. So that's where balance comes in.
I don't want to say what's running through my mind, because this is a very more serious issue, because anything that's actually leading to the altar is actually a relationship. But
Yes.
there are some, like I would say in a very casual way, some are not even up to relationship. They are relation boats, relation canoe, canoe. That's by the way, and that's on the lighter note. Okay, talking about attributes and then compatibility. We're looking at different attribute. Okay, this person is this person is that. It still falls back to emotional maturity to create that blend and that balance.
And then being, sorry, I forgot to mention this, but being able to take responsibility for things, that's another sign of emotional maturity. Yes.
Like your ability to own up.
Own up. And then I'm not, some people would probably, some people would mistake this for taking the blame for something. It's not taking the blame. When you take the blame for something, it's probably because let's just say you're owning up to something you maybe deliberately did wrong, or something you did wrong. But when you take responsibility for something, you own up to mistakes you made, from actions you took, decisions you made. So these are like the results that came from those actions and decisions that you made. That's what taking responsibility is. So now you're aware that things would always go wrong. Things are likely to go wrong. You're ready for whatever comes, depending on the decisions you make and the actions you take. So you're ready for things to go. You know things will always go wrong. You're ready to take actions. You're ready to you know that you are infallible. You have flaws yourself. You're ready to work on that. You know, these are actually little things that you need
that goes a long way in sustaining our marriages. Okay, we're actually talking about love and friendship. And then people, maybe to a larger extent, we can say people use love at the expense of friendship to get into unions. And we were like, it's that friendship that will keep the fire
burning.
Yeah, for a longer time. Because like you said earlier, there are some times maybe the love is not that sparkling anymore. Maybe you are so used to this love. What keeps it going?
It's that friendship.
I want us to elaborate more on these points.
Okay, well, most times I tell people, if I do not consider you a friend, there's a lot of things we wouldn't do together. We probably wouldn't even talk much. But if I consider a person a friend, I should be able to talk to you about virtually everything. So if a person wants to go into marriage, or before I do, you're thinking of settling down with somebody, like I said earlier, look at that person as your best friend. You should be able to talk to that person. I mean, this is where communication comes in. Communication is key. It is key in everything, be it a friendship or a relationship that leads to marriage. Any form of relationship, communication is key. And then being able to understand each other. Now, you cannot properly communicate and understand each other if you haven't been able to build that bond of friendship. It's not everybody. You can't just walk on the road and just meet a random person and start pouring all of your lifelong stories to the person. It doesn't work that way. You have to be able to build a bond. So when you talk about a relationship, there should be a bond.
And it is that friendship that will actually make you feel like this person, it's not exactly what I'm looking for. Maybe in some certain areas. I'm this outgoing person. This person is that loves staying indoors. Am I ready to create that balance between staying indoor with this person and going out? That's what you were talking about.
Yes,
creating
a balance. Okay, now I think this is where you have to ask yourself: does my way of life actually match or complement this other person's way of life? You need to ask questions like that. Is it something you're willing to pick up or not? or is it something your partner is willing to let go of or not? So now I am no marriage counselor, but I'll tell people, apart from just being friends, if you're going to go into marriage, do not go into it with the hope of oh, my partner will change after this. Because a lot of people actually say that, and he does this, but he's going to change after marriage. I will change him. You don't do that. If you cannot change him before marriage, I'm sorry.
What makes you feel like you can change this person?
Exactly. Well, except by special intervention or something. Or what I'm saying is, ask yourself, okay, maybe my partner has this bad habit, and you should be able to ask yourself, is this something I can live with? Is this something I can condone? But if it's not, then maybe you guys need to have a very serious talk, because you cannot expect someone to change after marriage. I'm not saying a person cannot change, but what I'm saying is, if you notice a problem from the beginning, address the problem at the beginning,
instead of heading into the union with the hope that this person is going to change.
Exactly.
And very importantly, the reason why you are getting married, why you're going to this relationship matters a lot. And it is better when both of you are going in for the same reason.
True.
Like, you don't go in because maybe someone is mounting pressure on you, and this guy, there's no pressure on him, and then you force him. It will never go.
Honestly.
Never go down well. Okay, for the want of time, our time is fast ticking away. Can we take a look at some necessary health checks or tests we need to run before people get married? We'll just highlight them and run through them as fast as we can. Some of these health checks.
We could actually just do this as the first part of this, and consequently, in the next episode of this, we could pick up. I mean, there's a lot to talk about on before I do.
Because this is family time.
Exactly.
And then these are necessary things we need to know.
Well, this needs actually inexhaustible.
Okay. We need to like put this in proper check, so that when people now become family, we now have things to talk
about.
And positive things. Because if these things are not well taught, are not well well checked, you see family today and tomorrow they are no more family.
Yes.
And we wouldn't want to see situations like that. Okay, I would like to toe the line of my co-host in the studio, and then we'll just talk more on the ones we've talked about, and then subsequently we bring the idea, or we talk about the necessary health checks or tests that needs to be carried out before people say, I do. It's still family time on African Patriot Radio. Okay, talking about reasons why people go into union, and then we all agree that the reasons why people go into union matters a lot, and it is always sweeter and it blends more when two people who are two intending or prospective spouses go into the union for same reason.
True.
That way, the love will be better expressed, the friendship will be better felt or knitted up, and then there will be better communication.
Yeah.
So let's just look at maybe scenarios where it will not all go well. Maybe someone is going in for a different reason. What are the different reasons you think people go into?
Well, you did make mention of some of them. Like I said, some of them go into it as a result of pressure from society, from family. They do that, and then some of them, I think,
so people see union as a need or as a necessity, and then others going to it as choice or out of personal conviction.
True, but then again, the people when you talk about personal conviction, some people have actually like mapped out like a calendar, their life calendar. So they've told themselves, okay, from this year to this year, this period I should have been done with school. This is the period I get a job. This is the period I would get married, and then. You know the way life is. You cannot always get what you want. So it's like you're making plans, and then some higher power up there is just looking at you and saying, okay. So you make your own plans, and he has his own plans. Do you understand? So when you do that, and then life happens, and for some reason you've not been able to, let's say, you've passed that mark you set for yourself for marriage, and then you're going past it, and you just have to. You feel that urge, that pressure from yourself and within. You haven't been able to settle on that particular goal you set for yourself.
Apart from the pressure from our society, peer pressure is so strong that it even heads into union like this. Be like, all my friends are married now.
Yes.
Do that. You need to be prepared. You need to be convinced. You need to do that as a choice. Our time is spent already. We need to draw the curtains on the show at the moment. Your last word on the show for today, Amen.
Well, like I said, before you get into a relationship, make sure you build a strong bond of friendship with your partner first.
Courtship is a very important ingredient or integral part of every union. Make sure you go into that first before you get into the union. That is the much we can take on today's edition of Family Time. Subsequently, we'll be bringing you more other part of this particular topic. But
yes,
for today,
the
it's a
second
bye-bye.
part of it.
Well, today it's a bye-bye from me to you. Do have a lovely moment.
Right, have a great day.
My name is Elvis Oga.
I am Kanem.
Bye-bye. Up next is Aviation Africa with Yao Breman. Stay tuned.
My name is Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Breman, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Kanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Breman, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Kanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Breman, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Kanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Breman, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Kanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Breman, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Kanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
coronavirus pandemic. Okay, and now my name is YAW. You can call me Yao, and also the Godfather. I'm right here with Peter Agbese. How you doing, brother?
I'm all right, my brother. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. I think it's been like 3 weeks the last time I saw you. You're all looking like a Wolverine. I don't know.
It's more than a month. I mean, we don't have barbers anymore.
We don't have barbers anymore for now. We're all scared to hit the salon because we all want to be safe.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so brother, tell me, how has the coronavirus pandemic affected the Nigerian aviation sector so far? Because I know it's been crazy. A lot of people can't travel anymore. The borders are closed.
We know that the overall economy has been badly impacted by the coronavirus, but aviation has been specifically affected because it's naturally, and the best of times, aviation is a very low margin business. So you can imagine the kind of havoc that is being wreaked now that
right
there
about
is
now.
No income, no flights, and in fact, it's actually a government ban. So I see a situation where if the airlines are not helped to overcome the effects of this crisis, we might end up with one or no airline at the end of the day. So tell me,
how can the airlines at this period be like? How can it be helped so far during this period? Because I remember even the president yesterday did talk about going down on the lockdown for from next week. That's talking about the 4th of May. So even if the lockdown is being a little bit reduced, are there still going to be flights?
It doesn't help the airlines because interstate travel is still banned.
Interstate travel is still banned.
So
and you can travel to other countries as well.
Yes. So unfortunately...
So how are the airlines going to be helped in this situation?
It's a very unfortunate catch-22 because if you let them begin to fly, you run the risk of the airlines literally carrying the disease from one state to
another.
And you also run the risk of people innocently boarding flights and picking up infections. Because an aircraft is a closed chamber.
It is.
With recycled air. So even if one person on board that aircraft is infected, there's a high likelihood that at the end of that flight, that infection spreads.
Like everybody's going to be infected.
Yes. So that is one reason why the aviation sector is highly impacted by this lockdown. In the economic sphere, the Nigerian aviation industry directly supports about 25,000 odd jobs.
25,000 odd jobs?
25,000 approximately jobs.
Okay.
Air Peace alone, as our largest carrier, employs approximately 4,000 Nigerians.
4,000 Nigerians?
Yes. Aero Contractors at the moment has about 1,800 staff. And if you add the other hodgepodge of charter airlines, executive airlines, and all of that, you have a roughly 20,000 number. So, yes, it might help the airlines to rationalize because some of them are overstaffed. So they will have to cut staff numbers. Some might even have to cut aircraft numbers. But the reality is that it will have a negative impact.
Of course it will.
Before we came on air, we were having a brief discussion, and I remember mentioning a figure of about 3 billion naira a day.
3 billion naira a day, yes.
That is roughly the income that airlines expect to make on a daily basis.
On a daily basis?
Just from their domestic and West Coast.
Just domestic and West Coast alone?
Yes.
3 billion?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day.
Okay.
And
this is interesting.
And the airlines have been grounded since about the 14th, the 15th of March.
Yeah.
So do the math. You can see that we're talking in the region of 100 billion naira has vanished in the last 1 month.
Just because of the coronavirus pandemic.
And they still have staff salaries to pay. They still have aircraft leases to pay. They still have insurance to pay.
But before we actually walked into the studio, I remember you saying some airline companies in Nigeria kind of like slash the salary of most of their executive.
No, all staff.
All staffs?
All staff. All staff because, like I said, no business plans for running a business with zero revenue.
True.
But that is what the airlines are being forced to do.
Right about now.
Because at least ground-based businesses still have some minimal income coming in, even off like the old flow. But as we speak, all airlines are virtually running on zero. Because even the supposed national carrier, or well, de facto at the moment.
Do we still have a national carrier?
Not officially, but by action.
So by action, which of these aircraft companies is actually the national carrier?
At a push, I would say Air Peace.
Air Peace, right about now.
Yes.
Okay.
At a push, because they are the.
What are they really doing that is making them look like the national carrier in Nigeria? What is it that they do? They're doing positively right about now.
Well,
before this whole lockdown.
For a start, at the moment, Air Peace is the only Nigerian airline that has regularly scheduled operations outside of Africa.
Outside of Africa?
They fly to the UAE.
Fantastic.
To Sharjah Airport. And before this crisis, I don't know what effect this crisis will have on their plans. But before this crisis, they had plans to launch flights to Mumbai in India, Johannesburg in South Africa, and Guangzhou in China.
How many aircraft does Air Peace have?
At the moment, Air Peace has an operating fleet of approximately 26 aircraft.
26, both for local and then international?
Yes.
Okay.
And they also have a $1.3 billion US order with Embraer for 13 E190 E2 next generation regional aircraft.
So that is what is actually about to come into the country, all the way courtesy of Air Peace.
God willing, I believe that by the end of the year, they'll probably have received the first aircraft.
And how many is coming into the country? How many are we looking at?
At the moment, they have firm orders for 13, and they have options to order another 7 at the same prices they ordered those first 13.
Wow.
Yes.
Now I see the reason why they've been considered as one of the
de facto
national carrier.
The other airline I could call the de facto national carrier is Aero Contractors.
Aero Contractors. Okay, I thought maybe you wanted to mention ARIC because I felt like maybe they've actually contributed a lot into the economy.
ARIC has contributed a lot to the economy, but unfortunately, what we all know as Nigeria disease had a massive impact
Nigerian
on ARIC.
disease. Okay, so what is the Nigerian disease? Because I don't really know what the Nigerian disease is.
Big letter C, corruption.
Don't you think is kind
and
of
mismanagement as well?
Okay, corruption being the disease. I mean, you find that everywhere.
Well, it's everywhere, but the extent to which it affects your business model and your business planning differs. Because, like I said before, aviation is a business that on a normal day has very wafer-thin margins. The biggest airline in the world, Delta Airlines.
Delta Airlines, yeah.
That's in a normal situation. Right now, in the world, the biggest airline is Southwest Airlines.
Okay.
Because they're still running the closest to their normal scheduled operation. But Delta Airlines has grounded about 700 aircraft from a fleet of about 1,000 aircraft. And even in the best of times, Delta was running at about a 5% profit margin.
5% profit
Even
margin.
Delta is a business that would bring in $40+ billion in revenue, but make profits of less than $4 billion.
Wow.
So you can see it's a very capital and money intensive business. So when you introduce corruption to that equation, you see that you set yourself up to fail from the very beginning.
From the very beginning. Okay, fantastic. Just in case you're streaming live or you're just joining us for the first time, it is Aviation Africa on African Patriot Radio with, of course, Peter Agbese. Okay, so for now, we're going to go on a short break. But before we go on a short break, just in case you want to be part of this conversation, okay, you can just go straight to our Facebook page. It is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio /video. Okay, so that is where you can get to go to straight up on Facebook, where you can actually be part of this conversation. Just in case you have any questions to ask so far, or you just want to contribute to this fantastic program. It is Aviation Africa, and of course, my name is Yao Bremen. You can call me the Godfather, and I've got Peter Agbese right here with me. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back. We'll just go on a short commercial break.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
MM Ekanem. I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Come back to Aviation Africa on African Patriot Radio. Okay, now we're talking about aviation in Africa. We're kind of like looking at the negative impact that coronavirus has actually caused the aviation sector in Nigeria and then also in Africa. Like I said earlier on, just in case you want to be part of this beautiful conversation, you can actually contribute. You just go straight up to our Facebook page. It is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Okay, now that is where you can go straight up and then be part of this interesting conversation. And then also on YouTube, it is at African Patriot Radio, and then you can get to subscribe on our YouTube link, and then there's a bell there. You can just click on it, ding, just in case you want to get every notification that actually comes in from time to time whenever we have a show coming up. Okay, now, Mr. Peter Agbese.
Yes.
We're talking about the economic value, or should I say the impact that this coronavirus has actually cost us in the Nigerian aviation sector and then also across Africa.
Yes.
Okay, and then you did talk about, before we went on that break, we were kind of like talking about our national carriers, yes, where we got to look at the likes of Air Peace and then also ARIC, where you said, of course, ARIC should have been there, being considered as one of the national carriers, but because of the big C factor,
yes,
and then mismanagement
and a string of unfortunate bad decisions as well.
Strings of unfortunate bad decisions.
Yes.
And I mean, that is a big one.
It is a big one.
It is a big one. So now, how do we get to correct this factor in this in our aviation system?
Okay. For a start, I would say that the aviation sector is one that requires what one would call light touch regulation.
Light touch regulation.
Yes.
Okay. Can you please throw more light on that one?
Okay. Light touch regulation in that, yes, the regulators will have to do their oversight duties, will have to be involved in making sure that the carriers are running a safe operation, that the airport operators are running a safe and secure airport environment.
And that is the job of the FAN, I believe.
That would be the oversight of the overall sector is in the domain of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA.
NCAA, okay.
The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, is more into the management of the airfield, so that's the airports,
the airport,
the
and
runways,
then the structures and everything.
Yes.
Okay.
That is more of what the FAN is
does,
into.
okay.
Yes.
Fantastic. And then also we did talk about how great the Nigerian Air Force has kind of like helped the aviation sector during this pandemic. I know before we came into the studio, we were talking about the Nigerian Air Force, how fantastically they've actually assisted in the fight against coronavirus.
Oh yes, the Nigerian Air Force have been taking a very commendable role in Nigeria's fight against the coronavirus, from providing transport from state to state for officials of the Nigerian Center for Disease Control,
NCDC,
yes, to transporting vital logistics and supplies from point to point using their transport aircraft, to even the local production of face masks, other PPE, sanitizers, and even ventilators.
The Nigerian Air Force doing all this.
Yes. And I'm also aware that they have a liquid oxygen plant operating out of their 115 strike group in Bauchi State, which has been operating literally 24/7 since this crisis started in order to ensure that there's an adequate supply of liquid oxygen, which the ventilators need to run and do their work for whichever patients might have need for them.
Well, thumbs up to the Nigerian Air Force. Thumbs up to them.
Indeed.
And then also, we're going to talk about the Ethiopian airline being one of the biggest Airline carriers in Africa.
The big giants in the room.
The big giants in the room.
Ethiopia.
Are they being like we know definitely every airline across the world is being is being grounded right about now because
yes.
they can travel to any part of the country.
There's no
any part of the world.
That's not affected.
So so what makes the Ethiopian airline great? Or should I say one of the biggest in Africa, or if not the biggest in Africa?
It goes back to what I just said: light touch regulation.
Light touch regulation. Okay.
Ethiopian Airlines is 60-something-year-old airline. So it's been in the air since the 50s.
Since the 50s?
Yes.
Okay.
And they've gone through the turboprop age, into the jet age, into the modern jet age. I dare to say that Ethiopian Airlines at the moment has one of the most modern aircraft fleet in the entire world.
In the entire world, not just Africa.
I dare say. Any modern aircraft.
I mean, you kind of like confidently saying it. I dare say.
I dare say because any modern aircraft of the 2000s, from the Airbus A350, maybe with the exemption of the Airbus A380, which 95% or 98% of airlines in the world find too large for their operations. The Airbus A350, the Boeing 787, the Boeing 737 next generation.
Next generation, yeah.
The Boeing 737 MAX, of which they unfortunately lost one to a crash. Ethiopian operates all of these aircraft. Ethiopian has one of the largest maintenance facilities in Africa, so they maintain these aircraft in-house. They have one of the largest, if not the largest, training facility in Africa because they train, I would dare say, 90% of their pilots in-house.
Wow.
Yes.
In-house.
Ethiopian has flight simulators for the A350 and the 787 on ground at Addis Ababa Airport. I kid you not.
No, I see why they are. They were one of the biggest in the world, and then was Africa.
Their training school, they've spent more than $500 million equipping just their training school.
Just the training school.
$500 million. Yes.
So do you see the Nigerian aviation sector actually being better than the Ethiopia? Like, we know that it's definitely going to take time, but do you see hope in the Nigerian aviation sector?
It will take time, but if we're honest about it, it will take us less than 60 years.
Less than 60 years?
For a start, we have a richer home market and a bigger home market. We have 200 million people, and we have a higher per capita income. We have a more developed, in terms of exposure, economy. And we also have contiguous markets that are large. So you have Ghana, you have Senegal, you have Cote d'Ivoire. You add up the rest of West Africa, you probably have another 80 odd 100 million people. So from Lagos, which is our main airport base, you have a market of approximately 320 million people within 4 hours flying distance. Ethiopia has less than 200 million people, or roughly 200 million people,
in
that same flying distance coming out of Addis Ababa. And we have the advantage of a lot of countries on the West Coast, even if we don't speak English, many of them speak French, but we have homogeneous cultures. So you have people from Nigeria having relatives in Togo, in Benin, Ghana, like yourself. Like in Sierra Leone, in Liberia. And that is why when Nigerian airlines start and they have, quote and unquote, broken the local market, the immediate next market is the West Coast market.
The West Coast market.
But the problem that Nigerian airlines have is that after the West Coast market, nobody seems to have that sense of adventure that is needed. Because you would agree with me that most Nigerian airlines, when they've dominated the West Coast, as I just described, the next thing is, I want to go to London.
I want to go.
Which I believe is mental slavery. And that is one of the reasons why I pointed at Airpeace as an example. Because in very recent memory, they are one of the first who their first service out of Africa was not to London. London Heathrow Airport is probably the most expensive airport in the world to operate to. because everybody wants to go there.
Everyone wants to go to London.
I'll give you an example. Emirates operates 14 flights a day to the general London area.
14 flights a day?
14.
Emirates alone?
14. Because Emirates takes passengers from all over the world.
True.
Brings them to Dubai.
True.
And then distributes them. So they have the volume to afford to do that. And that 14 flights a day is not all to Heathrow. Emirates goes to Heathrow, Emirates goes to Gatwick, Emirates goes to Stansted Airport. All in the London area.
All in the London area.
Manchester, which we see as, it's a bit out there.
Yeah.
Emirates flies to Manchester 3 times a day, all on the A380, which is the largest aircraft in the world for passenger service.
Okay. Now I see why. Now I see why you told me that if we're being sincere to ourselves, that's talking about the Nigerian aviation sector, we can actually be up there.
Oh, yes.
That's just being sincere to ourselves.
Oh, yes.
Okay, now if you check our time now, it is 27 minutes gone past over 2 o'clock. It's about that time we take a step out of the studio. But before we go, I just want to say a very, very big thank you to Peter Agbese. He's going to be here same time next week. On Tuesday, so that we can get to talk about the aviation sector in Africa, and not just Africa, and then also some part of the world. Okay, so Mr. Peter, thank you very much for being part of the program today. Just in case you got to miss out today, well, don't you worry. Make sure you just go straight to our Facebook page. It is www.facebook. www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Okay, just like our page, and then also on YouTube, it is www.African Patriot Radio. Click on the subscription button and then also on the bell. All right, he's been the Godfather talking about YAW, and coming up next is another interesting program. So don't go nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. African Patriot Radio, we got your back. Thank you very much.
My name is Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Hello, good afternoon, and many thanks for joining us. This is Leaders Watch on African Patriot Radio. It's still the midday feed, and if you just tuned in, you're right on time for this program. It is Economic Review Africa. And today we're talking about the looming recession in the face of the COVID-19. I'm not alone in the studio. To join me on this conversation is the very prolific Victor Tehember.
Yeah.
I feel like in a round of applause. Thank you for coming on the program, Mr. Victor Tehember.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so Nigeria is dealing with the double problem of both the plunge in oil prices side by side the pandemic, and in a bid to mitigate this, hence the lockdown. This has slowed down economic activities, and there has been like projections by the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, that Nigeria is going to like is running at a GDP loss of a negative 3.4% already, and so they're looking at impending or an imminent recession. Even the Nigerian minister Zainab, also said that we are looking forward to having a recession in the coming weeks should the pandemic tarry. So basically, I think the question we should be asking right now is how prepared are we as a nation to go through the recession?
Well, first of all, to answer the question, let me start to even say that we do not even need warning from the IMF or from anybody to let us know, to tell us that we'll be going into a recession, that we are most likely to go into a recession after the whole recent pandemic, because it has been clear right from the onset, we've since this whole situation started, that we are not that strong enough to survive this pandemic, because
lockdown.
Yes, because then when you also look at the fact that we are a country that we depend, most of our revenue come from oil production, and beside oil, we also make money from taxes. You know, like last year, FRS posted about 5 trillion naira in lesson revenue. Customs posted about 1 trillion naira also in revenue. So that's about 6 trillion naira locally generated apart from the oil sector. In fact, at the end of the whole day, you now find out that since you are not doing business, FRS cannot collect taxes.
True.
Customs, our land borders, airports are
closed, and so economic activities are halted.
Yeah, customs are not even getting money from the additional custom duties. They're not generating revenue. Oil has dropped to less than $20 per barrel. So this has really put a strain on the Nigerian economy, and this is one of the reasons why government cannot confidently go about the measures about giving less and palliatives to people, to less than citizens. So to even say that in the first place, we are not ready, we are not prepared for the whole recession that is coming.
That we're talking about.
Yes.
So you're alleging that Nigerians are not prepared, maybe for the sake of not fully or totally understanding the concept of recession. Can you shed more light on this? Like, what exactly are we looking to face?
Okay, so in recession basically is a period where there is a decline. There is a decline in
economic activities.
Yes, in every aspect of our economic activities, and this is also the point. In fact, let's not even think too much. Let's go back about 4 years ago, between 2014 and 2016, when we had a recession.
True.
And we know during that period also when there was inflation.
Things
were, in fact, every price of things that we were buying before this pandemic, it were prices that were already set during that period of a recession. So
yes,
everything doubled.
Hike.
Yes, price doubled.
Factories closed. Go back.
No, it didn't go back. In fact, because we didn't really come out of the recession. Not entirely that we came out of the recession
because
totally.
We got
used
to it. Yes.
We got used to living in the recession because dollar rose to. In fact, then before the recession, we were actually exchanging at $250 per dollar. Then it rose about $450, and then dropped to $360, and that is where we were to
this recession.
Current
impending
So
recession.
it means that once you are in recession, you're going to have inflation. You're going to have loss of jobs. In fact, last recession we also had about a lot of people, 17 million people losing their jobs. Companies were shut, including factories. 2,000 factories or companies shut operations in Nigeria and moved elsewhere. Some went to Benin Republic, Togo, and the largest gainers were Ghana. They got most of our companies here that closed down and moved on there. So these are the times that there is hardship in the country entirely.
Yes, and you've talked about inflation, the hike in prices, and considering the fact that people are going to lose jobs and then you're increasing prices, don't you see an imminent strike? Wouldn't people strike for an increase in the national, what's it called again, minimum wage? Yes, there will be an agitation for an increase because the cost of living is going to be high.
Well,
yes, after this, and people are losing their jobs, and so we see a significant decline in purchasing power.
First off, people that are going to go on strike or be fighting or advocating for an increase in minimum wage, I think they should need to first of all be worried if there will be jobs around for people to do in the first place. Because In fact, already it is not like people are going to lose jobs. People are going to lose jobs, but already people are already losing jobs. So it means they're going to have more people losing jobs as we basically
After
go forward.
the COVID-19.
So you cannot even say that there should be an increment in minimum wage. Already government is cash strapped. They don't have money. So asking them to increase minimum wage, it means that they're not going to pay. When we were paying minimum wage at 18,000 naira, we know there were difficulties in paying this minimum wage. And then they advocated and fought that this minimum wage should be scaled up to 30,000 naira.
Yes.
Some state government came out to say, we cannot pay this. And I honestly believe them that they cannot pay it. There are states here, there are states in this country that at the end of the day, whatever they generate, plus the federal allocation that is given to them at the end of every month, it is still not yet, combined with their IGR, internal generated revenue,
yes.
it is not yet enough to run the state overhead. So to run the state overhead alone, states like Imo, Ekiti, Osun, Benue, and Kogi, for example, after their monthly revenue, they still need to borrow extra 1.5 billion to 2 billion
be able to pay for salaries
overhead. Not even talking about capital projects yet.
Okay, now let's move on to palliative measures. People hear about palliative measures and they feel that the only reason palliatives are actually given out is because it's for the poorest of the poor households. But we all know that the palliative is not just for this household, but also for businesses. It's intended to keep, like the statement that the CBN actually gave out that said it's actually meant to keep businesses afloat. So my question is, the palliative released by the federal government, they have said it's basically to help businesses stay afloat, but do you think it's enough measure? Like, is it enough measure to sustain economic activities post-COVID-19?
So you see, when we talk about these palliatives, and we should be very clear about what kind of palliatives. So most of the palliatives that people talk about mostly are the ones that are given to individuals, which includes the food items and cash transfer, the less unconditional cash transfer to people. Yes, that, according to the CBN, is to keep businesses afloat. But what the CBN was saying there wasn't about this sort of palliative given to businesses. It was where they had to reduce interest rates. They're giving
from
out
9 to 5%.
Yes. Then you open a trust fund about 50 billion naira where small and medium scale enterprises can go get loans at single digit interest rate. So basically this is what they were referring to basically, and that is not even enough, because when you look at medium and small and medium scale
enterprises,
yes, these are organizations that make their money mostly like on a daily basis. They interface with the everyday people who come in and who are their clients and whatever. Yes. So at this point where everybody is seated at home, nobody's going to do business. It means they are losing clients as well. They are losing business and all of that. At the time that when all this is over, there are companies that are not going to be, businesses that are not going to be in operation again.
A lot of businesses are going to hit the rock.
Yes. So we know that I think at the point there was this statement that Harvard said.
The Harvard Business School said that a medium business cannot survive more than 27 days without cash flow.
Yes.
They also said that a small scale business cannot survive more than 20 days without cash flow.
Yes. So, but then when you now look at it, that in Nigeria our conditions are very peculiar. Already.
So are you trying to say it does not apply to
businesses? It
businesses?
does not apply here. 14 days is too much a number of days for you to go without making any income. And then when you look at, we do not have that kind of palliative that people are thinking for our businesses. Unlike the US, which is like perhaps the biggest economy in the world. They had a budget about 2.2 trillion naira as palliative package. Yes. And in that money, in that $2.2 trillion, there were also palliative money set aside, grants to small businesses, medium businesses, people that do business so that they can survive. So for that country, for example, for what they have done at the end of the pandemic, it means that their economy is going to pick up in the shortest possible time. It won't take as much time as we would have taken because already the government has given them something to stay on.
Okay, do you think the government should adapt this method like it's done in the US and Canada? They gave commercial rent facility owners forgivable loans. They gave them forgivable loans, and in turn they're expected to slash rent for March, April, and May. Like, take Nigeria for instance. Owners of small businesses, they might have to go back to business after this period, and considering the fact that they didn't have any business dealings over this month, they'll still have to pay. Do you think they are like more than the palliatives, maybe policy formulations that will aid this person stay afloat? We've talked about revenue.
Yes, when we talk about policies, I think the policies is what the CBN already is doing.
Have put in place.
Yes, already put in place. Those are the best kind of policies. But then when you say adopt what they are doing in the UK, US, and other advanced countries, it's something that we cannot afford. And when we talk about the house rent, in fact, the house rent issue, the rent issue is different. You know, in the other parts of the world, I think it's more structured. So the government can say we are going to forgive your rent, and then there's a way they can channel this and make it successful. But here, I don't think the country has data of people who even rented, who are on rent, and how do you even get this money to the landlords and all of that. So here, if you are saying they should forgive part of rent, it will be at the discretion of
the landlords, because they do not even
landlords
have,
and all of that. So those are the ones that can do that. And then for trying to make businesses stay afloat, we cannot afford it. Simple and straightforward. Nigeria cannot afford to keep all businesses afloat by giving them grant like the other countries are doing. We cannot. And then for loans, also, I think the CBN recently came out and told banks that in the realities of this COVID-19 pandemic, whatever, they need to revisit and draw out new terms concerning the loans and all of that. And then when you look at that, there are these applications that people lend money from and all of that. When you look at those applications, I think they have taken that. What they do, I noticed with one of them was that if you were owing to this time of this pandemic, they try to understand that you have been unable to pay because of this pandemic. So they give you the option for you to reschedule your repayment, and they now make it easier for you by what you should have paid in one, then they make it in two or four. It depends on how you want it.
That's actually okay. How about we take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about government spending in relation with revenue. Do not go anywhere. It's still Economic Review Africa. We'll be right back.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Hello, welcome back. If you've just tuned in, this is Economic Review Africa on the midday feed on African Patriot Radio. And before we went on that break, we were talking about pointers to the fact that Nigeria might fall into recession post-COVID-19. And I still have Victor Tehimba in the studio doing justice to the topic or the subject matter. Okay, before we went on that break, we said when we come back, we'll be talking at government, we'll be looking into government spending as opposed to revenue generation within the period of the lockdown. So let's quickly take a look at government spending.
Well, yeah, exactly. Let us take a look at government spending so far. And you know, our budget from the year beginning was about 10.33 trillion. Yes, and in all of this, we had a large chunk of it budgeted for capital expenditures and all of that. Okay. But since this whole coronavirus thing started, and you know, we make our money mostly from
petroleum
and all of that. And when when government looked at it and saw that it would be unrealistic to meet that target, they slashed the budget. Yes. That's on capital expenditure, not on recurrent expenditure. Capital expenditure, and they dropped it by 312 billion naira. And then when you also look at that, but at the time we drafted that budget, you knew we were going to borrow to fund that budget. We knew we were going to sell oil to fund the budget. We knew we were going to collect value-added tax to fund the budget. We were going to collect revenue from the customs and the FRS to fund the budget. And now,
however, petroleum being our sole, like our major funding.
So then, when you now look at this whole situation now, the country has been shut down. So it means there is a drop in
revenue
in both, in all the areas, including value-added tax, including from petroleum. In fact, petroleum selling at below this is $20 per barrel. It means they're not even making money at this moment, so they can't even spend. And right now, government is not spending. We have not heard government spending anything.
So we're saying that actually the budget is already going to run at a deficit.
Definitely, that is exactly what it's going to be at the end, because when this pandemic is going to be over, it is not like economy is going to pick up almost immediately. It's going to take time before it will now finally pick up, and at that time it might take close to 6 months, 8 months, or thereabouts.
According to surveys, they have said that if this pandemic tarries for just a few weeks, then we might pick up towards the fourth quarter of the year. But if not, we might even run into recession that looms until 2021.
The issue of recession, going into recession, it's more or less like saying it's a done deal. When people say it's a done deal, I think right now what we should be doing is preparing ourselves
to live through it or come out of it.
How we can come out of it. Unlike the bigger nations who can really fund themselves out of recession, we cannot. So this is the moment people are going. In fact, like I said earlier, people are already losing jobs.
Okay.
People are still going to lose jobs. Some jobs are going to go obsolete. They will no longer be required. In this whole recession right now, some companies are discovering, some people were asked to work from home. Yeah. Some companies are now discovering that you don't even need a human being to be here office before this job can be done.
That's like a lot of companies are going to become very innovative.
Innovative in the way. So what is going to happen right now is for some people to begin to follow the trends. True. And then understand that this is when some people we need to now really plan their lives. At the whole of this pandemic, you have to realize that there were certain people that were not affected, that still kept their jobs, that even need them. People in the media, people in the health sector, all of it. So at the end of the day, maybe those of you that your parents were asking you to read medicine and then you said, no, I want to go and read something else entirely.
I want to be a musician.
Yeah,
not to say it's bad though.
One of the things it's bad, but at the end of the day, it's more about lesson survivor, and then you need to now begin to plan your life according to, some people now are going to reroute their paths in this career.
So you're saying like this,
moving from one place to another.
The pandemic is like an eye opener.
No, in fact, you just have to understand that every time is what I've also come to realize. At every time we've had this sort of crisis or pandemic, new jobs have actually sprung up from them. So when you look at this on Spanish flu, then after that, we had new jobs come out of it. So at every crisis that we have, there's always a new job, because that crisis, that particular situation creates some sort of necessity that needs to be filled. Yes, and then when it's being filled or solved, then you get to find out that it becomes a job.
So you're saying that jobs will be lost, but jobs will be gained. Just if you you have to just position yourself.
Yeah, but the ratio will not be equal. It will be like more jobs being lost than more jobs.
Okay, because we're almost running out of time. How about you give us some proposed measure to curtail the effect? Or, of course, you've said the recession, we cannot escape it. So how do we live through it? Are there things the government should do? Are there things we as people can do to should I say dilute the effect of the recession on the economy?
So first off, what the government can do, this thing largely lays in the hands of both the government and the private sector, but mostly in the hands of the government, because at the end of this now, we no longer need to begin to pay lip service to less and diversification of the economy.
Yes.
This is the point where we now need to diversify. And then my problem is, when we're talking about less and diversification of the economy, it is not just agriculture. We have industries. We have technology, we have innovations.
Maybe
Yes.
we should like
So
pay more attention to infrastructure.
yes, I think when people begin to pay attention to this, look, we have this sort of less than technological labs, tech labs, innovative labs that come up every day with innovations and all of that. What make them not grow includes government policies. So now government now needs to take less education of the industry of the economy very seriously. And then secondly, begin to bring policies that we encourage actors, the less than stakeholders in these industries to begin to work out. In fact, we can create jobs from sports. We can create jobs from agriculture. We can create jobs from industries. When you say agriculture, yes. When you even look at agriculture, for example, some people talk about let people go to farming, farm rice, farm this and all of that. At the end of the day, you need industries to process these things. You don't want to do what's happening with oil.
Petroleum, where we produce, we export, and then
process then come back into
again.
the country. Yeah, you need that. You can create millions of jobs from the tech, the science and technology sector. Pay attention to these people. One other big employer of labor in Nigeria is the entertainment industry. The creative industry. Fashion designer, makeup artists, movie actors, movie directors, musicians, music video producers everywhere. So I think we now need to take diversification of the
more seriously.
Very seriously.
Yeah, so Mr. Victor has said we should take the diversification of the economy more seriously, and I hope the right quarters are listening, because like you said, in 2014 through 2016, we fell into a recession, and did we learn nothing? Like, did we not learn anything? When people say that if we fall into another recession, it's going to be worse, because some sectors of the economy have not even recovered from the previous one.
They haven't.
So I just hope that this is an eye-opener, like you've said, and that we learn, and should this happen again, that because it's not within our control right now. So should this happen again in future, we'll not be found wanting.
Yes, but the thing is, if something has happened once, there is Paulo Coelho said, if something happened to you twice, it means it can happen for you. It can happen to you for a third time.
Oh, I thought you were going to do the accident, coincidence.
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Victor Timber, for coming on the show. It's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is the much you can take on Economic Review Africa. And thanks to all of you out there that found time to listen. Remember, you can join the conversation. This is not the end of it. Across all social media platforms at African Patriot Radio. We're looking forward to hearing from you. And from me to you is love and light. Stay safe and do enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I'm Immaculata Oda saying bye-bye.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right. Our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night. For sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn, that though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJ Liz. I feel too mad for you. Yeah. I feel too crazy for you. Baby, girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby, I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, little family, now you be the one, now you be the one, no. Oh, little family, you be the one, no. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ochoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko, Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your call, yo. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your Moses. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you captured me. Oh, can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, do. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, baby. Make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get up. Everybody got to realize for this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh, make you know they go out, oh. Not for your good, the government just pass that law, oh. Not for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no girlfriend, oh.
you no get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody, everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, it go better. Oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka. Oh yeah, sanitize your hand. Social distancing, 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. You wash your hand. Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Wash your hand well. Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Make you cover your Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
Right, welcome here, right here on the studio of African Patriot Radio, and of course, it's about that time where you get yourself all relaxed. Time check, it's 12 minutes gone past the hour of 3 o'clock right now in the city of Abuja, and it's the game show right here in the studio. And of course, you know how we do it. You know how we ease away from the pressure, and we know how we play the game right here in the studio. And I'm super excited today because it's one of those days where I have wonderful people right here in the studio wanting to play the game show. Immaculata Udo is right here in the studio. And I've got Joseph. Mr. Joseph, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm very well. I'm very well. I usually have good-looking gentlemen right on the game show, and you're not left out. It's good to have you. It's an honor to have you right here in the studio.
Why do I feel cheated? You
and
didn't say
Immaculata, I'm so honored to have you right here in the studio. Okay. And of course, my games are not always so difficult. It's just for you to use your head and tell me how sound you are and how you can easily flow with the questions and answer it correctly. Joseph, you've just been smiling. What's the secret?
I don't know what to expect. I'm a bit agitated.
Really? What?
Trying to wrap my head around everything.
You know, I've got to win that Range Rover that's packed outside.
Really?
I mean, so just get your mind off it. You're losing.
When it comes to cars, I can do anything.
Wow. You know what? I'm so loving the way you guys are challenging yourself right now in this game.
I'm scared. Don't worry, as one.
Ima, you said you're scared. Mr. Joe is scared. All right, let me see who's going to win the game show today, guys. All right, if you're listening and you're watching us right on our social media handles, African Patriot Radio, as I give out my questions, you can drop your own answers and let me know whose team you belong to. Is it Team Ima or Team Joe? All right, guys, so people are watching and listening to you. Before we start the whole game proper, I'd like you to make a shout out right there. Make some noise. Joseph, make some noise to people listening to you.
Hi, Nigeria.
Immaculata, make some noise to people listening.
Hello, Africa.
Yeah. So you just heard their voices. And if you want to share your own answers, you want to belong to Team Ima, drop your answers. And Team Joseph, drop your answers as well. And I'll come to check it out. Guys, are you guys ready? All right, so today on the show, it's going to be a 3-round game as usual. You have to play 3 games for me. The first one is called the mirror game, and the second one is called the blot the answer game, and the last one is called the 5 in 5 game. If you have been following the game show, it shouldn't get you scared. So what I usually tell people on the show is get yourself relaxed, put yourself in that comfortable mode, and be ready to answer, be ready for what comes your way. No one is always a loser on this game show.
Everyone's a winner.
All right. It's about that time. So the mirror game, this is how it goes. I'll give you a word for you to spell from the back. For instance, if I want you to spell Joseph, let me start with Ima, the simplest. I want you to spell Ima at the back is what? A-M-M-I. As simple as that. If I want you to spell Joseph from the back is what? H-P-E-S-O-J. All right? So that's how the game is. I'll give you a word. You have to spell it from the back. And, of course, you have 10 seconds for that game. 10 seconds.
Pen and paper,
you don't have to. It's simple words, trust me. You don't have to use your pen and paper. I want to see how smart and intellectually sound you are. All right, guys. What am I starting with? Who should I start with? Oh, I see. Ladies first. Ima, are you ready?
Okay.
Immaculata, I need you to spell the word. You have 10 seconds to spell the word return from the back. Your time starts now.
N-R-U-T-E-R.
Okay, 10 seconds on the dot. You said N-R-U-T-E-R. Did you just spell return for me, or you spelled new routine? What was that word?
Return.
Really? But return cannot be spelled N-R because your answer is correct.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, over to you, Joseph. Joseph, I need you to spell the word Africa from the back. Your time starts now.
A-C-I-R-F-A.
10 seconds on the dot. You said A-C-I-R-F-A. What were you trying to spell? Sorry. I said Africa. Africa. You were spelling Acri. Oh, Joseph, I just thought you said women first. You should have just been men first because your answer is correct.
That's nice.
All right, I love the whole energy right now, so you guys are doing well. All right, Immaculata, I need you to spell the word television. Your time starts now. Television.
N-O-I-S-I-V-E-L-E-T. Out of time.
You actually crossed 2 seconds. It was just 13 at the dot. 13. So I even gave you extra time. You were close. N-O-I-S-I-V-E. And then your L-E-T came in when it was already time up. So I'll give you a half point for that. I'm celebrating you because you tried. Half point for you there. All right, Joseph. I need you to spell the word. Return has been taken. Television has been taken. Africa has been taken. Spell the word Nigeria from the back. Your time starts now. Nigeria.
A-I-R.
Nigeria. Sorry, go on.
A-I-R-E-G-I-N.
Name. 10 seconds on the dot. Nigeria. You said A-I-R-E-G-I-V. Is that what you said?
I can say V-N.
I-N. A-I-R-E-G-I-N. I don't know what you were trying to spell there, Joseph, because it sounded like you're not in Nigeria because you got Nigeria correctly.
No clapping.
Ima, you have to clap. Celebrate people. You try to celebrate people. All right, one more question for you guys. One more question. Immaculata, I need you to spell the word. Spell the word game. Your time starts now from the back. Game.
E-M-A-G. 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 E-M-A-G.
Time up. E-M-A-G.
Something like that.
Emak. E-M-A-G is correct. Immaculata.
Twice.
All right, Joseph. Your time starts now for you to spell the word
Spell fund for me. Fund from the back.
DNUF.
It has to be that easy.
DNUF.
Come on, this is for Mac. You don't have to go on and on.
D what?
NUF.
DNUF. Oh my God. DNUF was correct.
It's the not the way.
All right, guys, you guys did perfectly and wonderfully well. Moving over to the next game session. This is called the 5 in 5. But wait, 5 in 5, 5 in 5, blot the answer, 5 in 5, blot the answer. All right, let's play the 5 in 5 game. Are you guys ready?
Okay.
You ready? I started with Immaculata, so I will start with Joseph. Joseph, are you ready to play the 5 in 5 game?
Shoot.
Now it's simple. I give you five things for you to spell for. 5 in 5 game. You list 5 things for me in 5 seconds, and you're gonna pick a number from number 1 to 6. When you pick the number, I give you my question. For you to list 5 things for me in 5 seconds, you have to be fast. All right? This is it. I have six questions here, and you pick a number from number 1 to 6. Do you get? Yeah. So whatever number you pick up, I give you my question, and you are going to answer it in 5 seconds.
Fine.
All right. Ima, is that clear?
Yes, it is.
Okay. From number 1 to 6, Joseph, pick a number.
6.
Whoa. Number 6, Joseph. List. Let me set my timer. It cannot fail me right now because you have 5 seconds to do whatever I want you to do right now. Joseph, number 6, list 5 cities in Nigeria. Your time starts now.
Abia, Adamawa, Yola, Akwa Ibom, Uyo, Anambra, Oka,
Time off. Joseph, why are you confused? Why are you trying to? I didn't say list 6 and count it down.
I sent them to you anyway, so just chill.
Okay, Abia. Oh God, my God.
Abia is the state, it's not city.
Oh my God.
Uma is the city. Abia is the state.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh God,
6.
it's not that serious.
Joseph, you are trying to confuse my brain right now. Listen, both states, cities, capital. All right.
The cities operate outside the states.
Oh, that's wrong.
All right, I'll give you a half point for that.
Wow.
Because you actually mixed up everything.
Wow.
Cities.
Don't I get a bonus? Something?
No, you can't, sweetheart. Joseph, you have a half point for that. And over to you, Ima. Number 6 has been taken from number 1 to 5. Pick a number.
Okay, number 2.
Number 2. Ima, I need you to list 5 things that you can find in a bathroom. Your time starts now.
Sponge, soap dish, bucket, towel, scrub, foot scrub, pomade.
Whoa. Let's see. Why did you even pick that answer or that question?
I had a bath this morning.
All right, that was a good one. Points to you there. Joseph, you have number 2, you have number 1, number 3, 4, and 5. Pick a number.
2.
No, I picked 2.
She picked 2.
1.
Number 1. Your questions are always interwoven. Joseph, I need you to list 5 African countries. Your time starts now.
Cameroon, Nigeria, Togo, Zimbabwe, Senegal. Should I go on?
Time up. You said Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Togo, and
Senegal.
Okay, you mentioned Senegal. That was 5. Okay, that was correct. Okay, Immaculata, pick a number. Number 3, 4, and 5.
Let's pick the middle one. 4.
Number 5. Did you say?
4.
Oh, number 4. Okay. Number 4, Immaculata. Oh my God. Why did I give you this kind of simple question right here? Okay, the question says you should list 5 APROAPs. Your time starts now.
Hey, Josephine Paul. Okay, Josephine Paul.
Time up. What? Oh my God, you forgot this 5 seconds game. You just carried away. Come on, you only said Josephine Paul, and you said Immaculata. That was 2 names. You had 5 seconds, baby girl.
I can't believe it.
I'm sorry.
I feel that question.
And that's why I said that question was just directly to you. Okay, over to you. You have number
4.
Number 4 and number 3. Pick a number.
5 and 3 or 4 and
I picked 4.
I think 5 and 3.
Yes, please. Number 5 and 3. Pick a number, please.
5.
Number 5. Joseph, your question is... You guys have to be very attentive and answer the question because it's 5 seconds, and immediately I read out my answers, my time starts ticking. Joseph, you have 5 seconds to list 5 male haircuts. Your time starts now.
Afro, punk, all back skull. I'm done.
Afro. Why are you laughing? Well, you're a guy, so you should even know
I
this.
just remember the rest. That's just 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Afro punk score. What did you say? Afro punk score is what you said. 3 of them. So a half point for you there. It's not up to 5.
I forgot dreadlocks.
Wow.
Immaculator, your last question.
Skin punk.
Your last question, Emma.
What numbers do we have left?
Just number 3, yes. Number 3, Immaculator. I need you to list 5 female Nigerian singers. Your time starts now. Female.
Tiwa Savage, Chidima. Tiwa Savage, Chidima. I can't say.
Okay, time up. Tiwa Savage and
Chidima Simi.
What happened?
Yomi was the name I was trying to recall.
Tiwa Savage and Simi Sola. Okay, is that
Chidima
rather. So
How
those.
can I forget Simi?
Why did you forget Simi?
Asa.
Why did
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Asa, and these are the songs you actually listen to often. Okay. That's the end of 5 in 5 game for now. And before we get to play the last round game, that is the bluff the answer. It would be just right after the break. Please do not go anywhere. And when we return, I'll get to know my winner. Stay around.
Oh, please.
My name is Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Welcome back to the game show right here in African Patriot Radio. I'm going to say it's been an exciting moment right here in the studio because I have this amazing guest, sound and intellectual people right here in the studio. Immaculator, Udo, and Joseph have been my guests right here on the game show. And they just completed the first and second round, which is the 5 in 5 and the mirror game. Let me ask you, Joseph, how you feeling?
I think I'm much relaxed.
Okay, I see. Ima, how you feeling? You've just been rolling your chair. I can see the whole relaxation in you right now.
I'm winning.
Ima, how you feeling?
It's not that serious.
What's not serious, sorry?
I mean, never mind. It's all good.
All right. I guess you're feeling good. What I usually tell my guests is at this round, last round game, just breathe in and breathe out. It can be anybody. Just when you think the other person is just not having points, boom, become a winner. All right, the Block the Answer game is the next game round right now in the studio, and I'm going to be giving my answers. And this is how the rule of the game goes. I'll read out my questions to you. What you need to do is give me the answers. All right? As I read it out, you answer the question. I just want to know how fast you can answer these questions. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
You have 3 questions, and as I'm reading them out, you answer them immediately. There's no time. 3 questions each. please, if you do not understand, I'm going to have to repeat myself. Blot the answer. I read out my questions. They are simple questions. Just blot out the definition, the simplest definition for them, and that is it. Are you ready? I started with you, Joseph. I'll start with Ima. Ima, you ready? Give me a smile, baby. All right, Blot the answer game is what we're about to do right now. Ima, are you ready?
Okay.
So listen to these questions attentively and give me my answers, because I will not wait. As soon as I read them, I'm reading the next one, so just keep giving me my answers. Ready?
Okay.
The knot of an oak tree is called? To breathe in a noisy way while sleeping.
Snore.
To a sliced bread that is heated is called?
Toast.
Okay, that's it. So the knot of an oak tree, you didn't say anything. It's called an acorn.
Okay.
So that was, you didn't get the answer. So to breathe in a noisy way while sleeping is snoring. That was correct. And sliced bread that is heated is called a toast, and that was correct. So 2 points because there are 3 questions to over 3. Over to you, Joseph. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. A seat for a rider on the back of a horse is called? A short sleeveless jacket is called?
Waistcoat.
The son of a king or a queen is called?
Prince.
All right, Joseph, you were able to answer 1 out of 3. A short sleeveless jacket is called a vest. What did you say? I thought you said monkey jacket. Oh, a seat for a rider on the back horse is called saddle. Yes. And the son of a king or a queen is prince, and that was correct.
I actually thought you said, when I got when you read the first question was, the person seated on the back of the horse.
The person, okay, sit for a rider on the back of the horse. That's what I said. Oh, okay. So this is my bonus question to you guys, because I still have 1 question right here. 2 questions rather, so I'll give you 1 and I'll give you 1. So you want to look like I'm just cheating right now. Pick a number 8 and number 6.
8.
6, all right. Number 8, to say in a low voice that something is hard to understand.
Whisper.
And number 6, Imad, a cloth covering for the foot.
Shoot.
Socks. To say in a low voice that is hard to understand is mumble or whisper, so you're correct. And a cloth covering for the foot is shoe and not socks, because socks is correct. You're correct.
How's fair?
Socks. So that was correct. But I get to analyze and know my winner right here on the show. You are on the hot seat on the game show. And I'll get to find out my winner after we go on this quick break. Please do not go anywhere. You want to know your winner? Team Ima, Team Joseph, stick around. And when I'm back, I'll get to know my winners.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Welcome back to the game show right here on African Patriot Radio. I've been having some amazing guests right here in the studio that have been answering my questions from the very first one to the last one. So it's about the time where I get to announce my winners. I've been analyzing the score so far, and it's very hard for me, but I know I still have one winner right here in the studios. I dropped my questions right on the page on African Patriot Radio, and I'll get to know my winner on the show online via our page. So if you have been following our game so far and you've been sharing your answers, I'll get to find out my winner, because today is that wonderful day where I get to do a giveaway, airtime giveaway. So if you've dropped your answers, good and fine. I'll get to see it, and I'll announce my winner, and I would send to you a free airtime. But right now, I'm about to announce my winners on the show. We played the mirror game, 5 in 5, and the bluff the answer game. So I'll take it step by step, guys. But before I analyze this, I would like to know how you guys are feeling so far. Ima, how you doing? How's the hot seat treating you right now?
It's not that hot, actually.
What's the temperature?
I mean, this wouldn't boil yam.
Joseph, how are you feeling right now on the hot seat?
Just need to hear the result.
You just need to hear the result. Your ears are itching, right? Yeah. All right. So in my mirror game, okay, this is ladies first, right? Immaculator, you had the total number or total point. You scored 13 points in the mirror game. Wow. Please, I hope you're celebrated because you deserve that. Joseph, on the other hand, on the mirror game, you scored... Joseph, on the other hand, had 15 points in the mirror game. All right, that's amazing. You guys did perfectly well. Well, in the 5 in 5 game, I'll start with you, Joseph. Joseph, you had 9.5 points. Immaculator, you had 9 points. Almost a tie there. And finally, for the bluffing answer game, where I had to give you my bonus question. You guys did well. Immaculator, you had 3 points on the 5 in 5 game. Amazing. While Joseph, you had 2 points in the 5 in 5 game. That's amazing. All right, so far so good. It's been an amazing time right here in the studio, because about that time where I get to announce my winners, because these guys are super extraordinary. And at the end of the game show today, Immaculator, you had a total number of 25 points. And Joseph, you had a total number of 20 points, because you had 26 points. Joseph is my winner today on the game show. Wow, almost a tie. 25-26, just 1 point. Amazing. How you feeling, Joseph?
I feel like a winner.
Really? So let me ask you quickly, which was your favorite game so far? Mirror game, 5 in 5, or Bluff the Answer?
I think Bluff the Answer.
Bluff the Answer? Really? Well, you guys did very well in the mirror game, almost a tie to 15. Okay, it was even in the 5 in 5. Yes, 9.5 and 9 points. So Bluff the Answer was your favorite game, right?
Yeah.
And Bluff the Answer was your favorite game, right? All right, this has been such an amazing time. So what do you have to say to people out there listening to you as my winner?
Keep listening to APR.
Okay.
And most importantly, the game show, so that you can actually get your mind to think outside the box.
Nice word. Ima, what do you have to say to people out there listening?
They just won with 1 point too. We'll come back bigger and better.
Yeah,
but congratulations to our winner.
Congratulations, Joseph. Congratulations. All right, guys. It's this is where I draw the curtains right now on the studio, on the game show. It's been such an amazing time. Ima is super excited. She's just giving her hand wings just so that you can actually be commented. Okay. Thank you so much to all my viewers, to everyone that has been sending in answers to my question yesterday. My winner was the person with this number. I don't know who you are, but I'll actually have to send my airtime to that number. I'll actually have to recharge that number. It's 0814861 08138614412. You were the winner for the yesterday's game show. You sent in your answer and I got to say it. So shout out to you, and I'll actually be sending my airtime to that number. You can be a part of this, game show if you have been an active follower and listener on African Patriot Radio on our show. All right, until next time, guys. Keep listening to African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul is my name. See you another time. Bye.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. with Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night, for sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn, that though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJ Blitz. I feel too mad for you. Yeah. I feel too crazy for you. Baby, girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby, I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, little fella, now you be the one, now you be the one, no. Oh, little fella, now you be the one, no. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ochoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko, Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your call, yo. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your muscle. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you captured me. Oh, yeah. Can you feel it? Can captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get, oh. Everybody got to realize, for this life, you no get to duplicate, you no get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh, make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just pass that law. Now for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You no get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene, oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hand.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hand well.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing,
make you cover your
keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
It's ODJB.
ODJ on this one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Huh. Baby, Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you got it for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away, and when I run away, I go jam heavy, go babe. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know go do it again. No, baby, the kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling, baby.
It's Blaze and the Beat, baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me, I know sound I like to do one. It no matter if they identical. Black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the garden come around. See the garden come around. They say I too ugly, as I make money, the garden come around. See the garden come around. Angelina kill it best. Angelina my mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina no. Say Angelina kill it best. Angelina my mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na na. Sikira oh sikira. Yetunde oh yetunde ah. Sikira oh yeah sikira. Me what you give me the comparada. Sikira oh sikira show. Sikira oh sikira ah. Sikira oh sikira. Like as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the garden come around. See the garden come around. They say I too ugly, as I make money, the garden come around. See the garden come around. Angelina kill it best. Angelina my mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina no. Say Angelina kill it best. Angelina my mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na 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 na. Oh la li. It's showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to the play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. Baby girl, I know good tonight, though. Me, I be that boy and I soft, though. But I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know loving me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long. Just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right. Apply to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night. For sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn, that though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJ, yes. I feel too mad for you, yeah. I feel too crazy for you, baby. Girl, I promise you my heart, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love, oh, oh, baby. I wanna share my life with you, yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, little family, now you be the one, now you be the one, no. Oh, little family. Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ojoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko, Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your calling, yo. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your Muslim. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured me. Oh, can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, you. Can you feel it? Can you feel her, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get up. Everybody got to realize for this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh, make you know they go out, oh. Not for your good, the government just pass that law, oh. Not for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no girlfriend, oh.
you no get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody, everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, it go better. Oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, sanitize your social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. You wash your hands. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, sanitize. Social distancing. Social distance. Keep it good hygiene. Wash your hand well. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, sanitize. Social distancing. Make you cover your nose. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Sanitize. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
It's ODJB.
Oh, DJ on this one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Huh. Quick, Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away. And when I run away, I go jam heavy, go be. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my knees, baby, I know could do it again. No, we won't. The kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. And I keep on falling for you. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Baby.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me I no sound I like to do it no matter if they identical. Black as you melanin, Angelina oh my God. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin. Angelina oh my God. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh yeah na na. Sikira oh sikira. Yetunde oh yetunde ah. Sikira oh yeah sikira. The way you give me the comparada. Sikira oh sikira show. Sikira oh sikira ah. Sikira oh sikira. Like as you melanin. Angelina oh my God. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin. Angelina oh my God. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh yeah na 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 na. Oh la li la 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 la. Oh la li la 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 la. Oh la li la la la. Oh la li la la la. La li la 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 la. Oh la li la 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 la.
It's showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. A baby girl I know go deny though. Me I be that boy and I soft though, but I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come true for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting. Baby, yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long, just don't make me wait too long. I know loving me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Like diving in an ocean. Go take my hand, we're diving together. I know loving me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, apply to elevate to greater heights, touching the...
Josephine Paul, Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.